Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Development Review Board meeting for the town of Essex. This, the first of the new year of 2026. The date is Thursday, January 15th. We're starting the meeting at 6:30. Just want to recognize that we have a new sign-in sheet, new format for the sign-in sheet when you come in here. So if anyone that's here that's looking to be an interested party on any of the applications here this evening, we want to make sure that you do sign in. And when you sign in, please make sure that you note which application it is that you are wishing to be an interested party of. So it is imperative that we get that done. Just want to also take a quick note and make sure that everyone here has their cell phones muted. Online, you guys are all muted automatically. If at some point you would like to speak, then we need you to raise your emoji hand, not a smiley face emoji, the emoji hand specifically, and we'll make sure that you get an opportunity to speak. Calling the meeting to order, and we'll start off with just a quick roll call of the Development Review Board members that are here this evening, and as well as two that we have online. So I'll start over on this side. Let's start with staff.
Brittany McGregor, planning technician.
Kent Johnson, town planner.
Dustin Brusso, board member.
Hubie Norton, board member.
Ian Carroll, board member.
Nick Martin, board member.
Online we have
Sharon Zukowski, board member.
Trevor Williams, board member.
excellent. Thank you very much.
And Catherine Sonic, Community Development Director.
Correct. I didn't mean to cut you off, Catherine. Sorry.
Okay.
Excellent. First item that we have on our agenda this evening are agenda additions and changes. Staff, do we have any additions or changes?
There's a couple extra material pieces that I don't know exactly how you want to deal with those. The memo item could be, I was thinking that could just be talked about when we get to the item 6B. We could talk about that, or we could
Yes.
have that at a different time. And there is the Development Review Board report that can just be handed out, or I don't know if that was anything different you wanted to do with that.
Yeah, I would probably put the memo we can talk about as we get through the application in the public hearing section, and note that we have a copy of the new sign-in sheet, a copy of the memo that will go out or the letter that goes into the town annual report. That's here. A copy of that's here for the DRB to review, and all of these I think we can just put in as business items or in the reading file so that it's part of the record going forward, if that's all right. Board members, any changes in the agenda that you can see or would prefer?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as shown.
We have a motion made by Hubie, and it's been seconded by
My name is Nick. Remember.
It's usually Stephanie. I do that too.
Right.
So, Nick, any other discussion on the agenda? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Right. And we have two online. We heard. So it's a motion carries 6-0. We are absent one Development Review Board member this evening. Stephanie could not make it today. Agenda is approved. The next item we have on our agenda is public to be heard. And before we get to the public to be heard, I just want to remind folks that comments from the public are for items that are not on this evening's agenda. And remember that the purpose of this board is to act on specific applications using current regulations. Discussions regarding changes to zoning or general philosophy of town business, those conversations are best had with the Planning Commission or the Select Board. Reminder that we're all neighbors here. Please be respectful and keep your comments brief. If someone already has stated your thoughts, please feel free to speak up and say ditto. We would appreciate that, just in the interest of time. Do we have anyone here in the room that would like to speak? Excellent. Come on up.
Not necessary to come up. I just wanted to compliment you. I can hear so well anywhere in the room. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a wonderful change.
We love town TV.
Great. Thanks again.
Absolutely. Anyone else in the room that has anything they would like to talk that's not on this evening's agenda? Seeing none, I see that we do have a hand online. We have two. Lorraine, I saw yours first. We'll have you go ahead and speak. If you would.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question about process, because now that we have new interested party sheet, how does that work if you're participating online? Thanks.
Catherine, I'll allow you to answer that.
By the way, I should say I'm on Center Road, I guess, 74 Center Road, Essex, right?
Thank you,
Thanks.
yes.
That is a great question, Lorraine. In the end of the day, if you're saying your name and your actual street address, and you would need to say more than Center Road if you're speaking for an application, then you're fine. If you want to enter that information into the chat, so essentially the information we're asking for is your name, your address, including your street address, and then what application you're interested in speaking on. So you could do that in the chat. We could capture it there, or if you just want to speak up when your turn is up during the public hearing portion, we'll get you there too.
Thank you, Catherine. And Chair recognizes Patty Davis online.
Ditto. I came late and I had the exact same question because if I want to speak on an application and it's adjacent to an area does that qualify? I guess we have to wait till the public hearing and say our name and address then. I came
Correct.
late, so I missed that part. I just want to make sure I understand what Catherine just said, that wait until the public hearing.
Correct.
portion.
And I don't, to be clear, the board and staff are not going to discern whether or not you are actually an interested party. That's on, if you feel that you are an interested party, then you should make sure that you register as such. And if at some point, somewhere down the line, it becomes a question, that's up to, that'll get decided later, at a later date.
What if I wrote a letter about an application and it already before January 21st? Does that qualify? I'm just asking what the rules are because it sounds like there's some new rules and I haven't been to a meeting in a long time.
We haven't had one in a long time, not since last year.
All right. Well, when it comes up, just make sure I'm doing what you ask. That's all.
Fair enough. We'll do that.
Yeah, and to be clear, the rules haven't changed. We're trying to make sure we're capturing people signing in and what applications they're interested in with the new sign-in sheet. But you still need to state your name when you're speaking. If you've signed in the room, you don't need to say your address. If you haven't signed in, whether you're online or you're in the room, then you would need to say your address. Patty, if you've submitted a letter, we should have that already for the record, and that should have your name and address on it. If it doesn't, I know we've received a couple letters for this meeting ahead of time, and we asked people to resend them with their name and had their name, but didn't have their address, so we send with their address. So we'll try to do that when people are sending things in.
Thank you.
As a quick clarification, we're working on trying to take baby steps out of being an infant of a DRB into a little bit more grown up, and we're going to follow rules a little bit more stringently than we have in the past. From my point of view, it's just to help expedite things and make things clear. Anyone else in the room that has anything that they don't have on the agenda? Excuse me, anybody that wants to speak on anything that's not on this evening's agenda? Seeing none and no one else on hand, no hands online. We'll move on to the matter of approval of the meeting minutes. Can I have a motion to approve the meeting minutes? Then first we'll start with November 20th, 2025.
If no recommendations for adjustments or changes.
That would be in discussion after.
Oh, then I'll make a motion to approve minutes from November 20th, 2025.
Thank you, Nick. We have a second.
Second.
Seconded by Hubie. Any discussion on the minutes from November 20, 2025? We'll start online. Sharon, do you have any questions or comments about the?
I'm good.
Okay. How about you, Trevor?
No.
Nick?
None.
None? Hubie?
I'm all good. I'm okay.
Okay. And none from Dusty. In that case, all those in favor of approving the minutes of November 2025, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 6-0.
501. One abstention.
Correct. Thank you for reminding me. Yep. Dusty was not present for that meeting, so he abstained. Can I have a motion for approving the minutes of the meeting for December 4th, 2025?
So moved.
Moved by Dusty,
Second.
seconded by Nick. Any further discussion? I'll start in store this time. Dusty? No?
Set.
Okay. Hubie?
Line 78. It says no new site work. The word of should be or. And then it says exterior building contraction. It should be construction. So it should read no new site work or exterior building construction is proposed. I think that just was the.
Fair enough. Thank you for grabbing the typos. Anything else?
No, I believe that's it. Oh, that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Nick?
None.
None?
No, but
Sharon?
I'm good.
Okay. And Trevor?
no comments.
Thank you, Trevor.
Yeah, I just got attacked by a dog. It's okay.
Okay, as long as you're safe.
Yes, I am.
In that case, all those in favor of the December 4th, 2025 minutes of the meeting with the updated typo corrections, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 6-0 this time. Okay. Let's move on to the next item on our agenda this evening, public hearing. Before we start the public hearing, I'm going to ask everybody here in the room to raise their hand, and those of you online, if you would raise your hand, I'm going to give you the oath. For anyone that plans on speaking or has perhaps the idea you may want to speak this evening, we provide the oath to make sure that everybody is on the same page. Do you affirm that the evidence you are giving in this case under consideration shall be the whole truth and nothing but the truth under the pains and penalties of perjury? I do. Those online?
I do.
Thank you. Okay. First item that we have on our agenda this evening is item A, 6A, site plan amendment, Equitas Life Sciences LLC, proposing to update the existing exterior lighting in the parking area at 5 Oliver Wright Drive, located in the Resource Preservation District, or RPDI, Resource Preservation District Industrial, RPDI. One light fixture will be removed and the remaining 4 light fixtures will be updated. Thank you, applicants, for coming up. Let's start off with staff. Staff, can we get a quick update on this?
So it's pretty straightforward of what you read. It's 5 existing lights. They're going to replace 4, update them so that there's better quality, and remove 1. There wasn't any comments from any departments. It's pretty straightforward, pretty basic maintenance thing. I will note that in the proposed conditions, there's a couple changes. Number 9, since there's not a structure being built, we can strike that. When the building was built, there was a CO given, so it's all good there. Also, number 6, we only need the first sentence. After that, we can strike because there is not any changes to the plat.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions for staff?
None.
Dusty? Dusty. Hubie?
No.
Hubie?
No.
Hubie?
Nick?
Yeah.
Trevor? Sharon?
No.
Yeah.
No.
No?
It's been a rough year for you,
It's
haven't
kicking it off right. Nick, any questions for staff?
you? No.
No. And Trevor and Sharon, you both said no, correct?
Correct.
Correct. Thank you.
Correct.
Okay. In which case, hearing no questions for staff, let's hear from the applicants. How are you doing this evening? Can you please identify yourselves for the record?
Point of order here. Shouldn't we open the public hearing?
We open the public hearing, so our format is, and this is for everyone, so we hear from staff first, we hear from the applicant second, we open up to the public after that. And then we open and close if we are good to close, or if we don't continue, Or if we want to go to private deliberation and continue, then we would do so then.
Okay, I just want to clarify that, that the public hearing, when we talk about opening the public hearing, it's only when the public is speaking.
Correct.
That when the applicant is speaking, that is still part of the hearing.
Correct. And
Okay.
they've been sworn
And
in
that-
as if it were a court, as if it were a
Correct.
court
Okay.
proceeding. So
Just so that,
yep,
so that
we have the
there's not a misunderstanding.
prosecutors and the defendants, if you will.
Right, so just that, again, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Correct.
That, for example, when we got the report from the staff, the town staff, that was testimony.
Yep,
For
that
the
is correct.
hearing, okay? That is
That is
gonna be
correct.
considered.
Everything that it said in this is part of the official record.
Yeah, okay, got it, good.
I have a question, because this does confuse me too, BB. I have the feeling that the public hearing begins when it begins. It's all a public hearing, and the time when we let the public to speak is just the time when we let the public to speak. So we're doing it in an order, but I think we should open the public hearing when we start everything. It just
Well-
seems like we're in a public hearing now.
I'm happy to, I mean, this is.
I mean, I don't think it would matter either, and that way we sort of cover ourselves.
Yeah, and I'm happy when we have our meeting on the 29th coming up, we're going to have a lot of extensive time specifically to work on our organization and our processes, both with the agenda and how we run things, as well as other items. So I'm happy to take that up on the 29th.
Yeah.
I'm continuing to run this meeting the same way that we have for the last year and the way that it was set up for us originally. So we have plenty of time on the 29th to talk about what changes we want to make to that.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Thank you. Gentlemen, apologies. Go ahead.
No worries. Brian Courier, O'Leary Burke Civil Associates.
Alan French, Equitas Life Sciences.
Excellent. Tell us a little bit about your project.
So, as Brittany said, this property is located at the end of Oliver Wight Drive. It's an existing commercial business in town with an existing site plan. There's 5 pedestrian scale light fixtures on the end of one of the parking lots. The proposal is to replace the fixtures of 4 of those lights, as the ones that are there now aren't downcast. And then remove the fixture on the 5th pole and the one closest to the property line. The rationale there is the light spillover with the new fixtures is a little bit more than what the town allows. So that one's being removed for that purpose. The new fixtures do meet town standards for being downcast. They're lantern style, but they're the more recent ones that have LEDs in the top cap of the lantern. So it looks like one of the old ones that would have a bulb in the middle, but it's actually a downcast LED fixture.
And Night Sky certified.
Yep.
Excellent.
Nice.
Board members, questions for the applicants? I'll start online. Trevor.
No, I don't have any questions.
Sharon.
None. Thanks.
Nick.
None.
Hubie.
I'm good, no questions.
No questions.
Excellent. Any further discussion? Hearing none. I would take a motion to approve this.
Can we open the public hearing?
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah. Sorry. Jeez, it's been a long time since I've done this.
I can offer a motion to open the public hearing.
Thank you. I have a motion to open the public hearing. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Nick. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Did I get online people?
Aye.
Thank you. And
Yes.
yep.
Aye.
Thank you. And motion carries 6-0. Do we have anybody in the room or online that would like to speak about this change in the lighting? Seeing no hands in the room,
I move to close the public hearing.
no hands online. I have a motion to close the public hearing.
I'll second.
Seconded.
Seconded. I'll take Sharon for this one.
Go ahead.
Okay.
yours.
Motion made by Dusty, seconded by Sharon. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And motion carries 6-0. In which case, I'll take a motion to approve the application.
I move to approve the application as written with the following 2 changes. Strike condition 9 and condition 6, strike after the first sentence.
Thank you. We have a second.
I'll second.
Motion made by Dusty, seconded by Nick. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Sharon, did I get you?
Aye.
Thank you. Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you very much. And they are pretty looking lights.
Thank you so much.
Painless dentistry.
Thank you. You staying up here?
Yes.
Okay.
Have fun.
Let's move on to 6B.
Okay, thank you.
6B, we have a continuation from August 7th, 2025. It's a preliminary subdivision. This is for Pinewood Manor, Inc., and is proposing a planned unit development residential, or a PUD R, located at 18 and 30 Timberlane Drive, in medium density residential, or R2 district, consisting of 10 single-family homes on individual lots. Single-family lots are accessed through a 20-foot wide shared private drives. We will start off with, once again, we'll hear from staff, then we'll hear from the applicants. We'll open up for the public to speak and move on from there. So, staff.
Great, thank you. I guess the first thing and the most pertinent thing to talk about with this is, as you know, this project has impacts to steep slopes, which has been talked about for many years. And I just wanted to bring to your attention the memo from Catherine that's been provided. The town's just received some feedback from the town attorney, in addition to the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, about waivers, and there were a couple items. I'll just summarize the memo here instead of reading the whole thing, that are pertinent to this particular application that's seeking zoning waiver, in this case the zoning waiver for impacts to steep slopes. And the advice that we've received is that the zoning regulations cannot be waived unless there's specific language in the zoning that would allow for the waiver of that particular item. So if there is already a waiver provision, like to impact a buffer, and it has an example of how you would go through the waiver, then you could waive it. Anything could potentially be waived, but there needs to be something in the zoning already that speaks to how it could be waived. We don't have something like that really for hardly anything in the zoning regulations, and the steep slopes is one of those items that we don't have a provision for providing a waiver. The second thing that's in the memo here is it clarifies that waivers that are provided for in the subdivision regulations don't carry over into the zoning regulations. Those are two different sets of regulations. So the memo tries to differentiate that, explain that in some detail, and then provide some of the language out of the waivers section for your reference there. So the impact of this for the Pinewood project, before going into other details about the application, is we're not seeing a way that the DRB could grant a waiver for this. So that kind of, to me, seems like it stops the rest of the conversation with this particular application. So staff's recommendation would either be denial of the application at this time, or for the applicant to withdraw the application. As you're aware, the Planning Commission is looking at updating the regulations regarding impacts to steep slopes. Depending on how that approach goes, for the Pinewood application, over time, they have dialed back significantly their original plan for the development in an effort to minimize their impact to steep slopes. Once the new regulations are created by the Planning Commission, depending on how what the results of that are. It may allow the applicant to go back to a previous, more expansive design for their development, or it may not. But we would need to see what the new language would be for that. So I don't, anyways, that's the extent of the information that I have about this. Do you have any particular questions that I could clarify further, or anything else I could add for that?
Dusty, do you have questions about that?
No, I think that's clear.
QB?
No questions specifically. I think it's unfortunate that we're just getting the information now.
It is.
Yeah.
But that's the way it is.
Yep. Nick?
Question. You had recommended one of two options, either denial or applicant to rescind the application. What about a third option of continuing to 6 months, a year, after the other board may have finalized some language and would apply to this application, or the application would apply to that language, I should say. And then we could move forward with this application at that time.
I think that would be a suitable approach, and depending on the regulations that, however they're changed, the applicant may eventually decide that they want to withdraw and create a new application. They could decide on that later, and this could be continued 6 months or however long into the future. I guess I would just want to be mindful of when there might be an expired date from a previous approval, and just make sure that we have we're not skipping something in there. But I think that could be a suitable option to do.
Okay. That's my only question.
Okay, thank you. Trevor?
I have
just saw your
no
hand,
comment.
sorry. Trevor, go ahead.
No, I don't have anything.
That was me with the hand up.
Yeah, I saw it. I recognized it after I said Trevor's name. I didn't
Are you
see it.
okay
were in
over
the,
there?
in the upper corner.
Now I have two questions. Kent or Catherine, does that memo for waivers also apply to like construction standards? Like there's a 20-foot driveway and it should be 24, so that's another thing that can't be waived?
I'd have to go and look and see where that is in the regulations. If it's in the,
I think it's in both. I think it's in the construction standards for public works and in the regulations. I don't have that right in front of me. And then the other question is, how does that work if you put an application in when there is a restriction on a zoning reg and then continue it? It's not based on the old regs when you applied. That changes as it goes on. So if you continue it, it's now under the new regulations, even though the application was put forth when the other regulations applied?
that is a good question. I'm not sure what happens when the regulations change while you're
Yeah,
midstream.
'cause I would hate that to happen
I'm
for
not-
someone to wait 6 months, a year, and then find out
Right.
that they have to submit it again anyway.
In previous iterations, the application or the regulations that were in place when the application was put in progress were what were applied. But that's the only thing I would be concerned.
Yeah, I was gonna have the same comment, that's my understanding is that, that the regulations apply are the ones that were applicable at the time the application was presented. So if it was continued, that would suggest the existing regulations would apply. So if they withdrew and then applied later after regulations were changed, then that would be under the new regulation. That's my understanding. I'm not,
I'm trying to recall because I thought I'd read an application that had been in process for several years that was in continuance, but then regulations had changed in between.
In continuance, or it wasn't, each stage was complete? Like if it completed the preliminary or completed sketch and went to,
Yeah, it might have been like an approved sketch and then came back and regulations had changed. I can't remember the specifics of it, unfortunately, but.
Yeah, that's my memory, that if if an application, say it's approved at preliminary under a regulation and the regulations change by the time it comes back for final, the new regulations would apply. I'm
But that's not a
not
continuance,
aware,
that's a step process.
right?
Yeah.
But not to say that the new regulations wouldn't apply as well. I'm not sure I've ever seen that situation happen where there's been a continuance and the application's still in review. So that is a good question. I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay. And a quick question for staff, was, Sharon, I'm sorry, I want to make sure you were done.
No, I was. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question, that the regulations that are being worked on by the planning commission, that's currently active, right? That's not a plan that they're talking about like fourth quarter.
They've begun, but I guess I would say it's in the early stages.
Okay.
Trevor will be able to give more information on what the timeline is for that. He's the one kind of spearheading that.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're going to
Point
meet
of order, just a second, if I could.
next week.
Hang on a second, Trevor. So that we have delineation of the boards,
Yep.
I'm questioning whether or not Trevor should be speaking as a member of the planning commission when he's representing himself on the
Correct.
DRB board tonight. So I would
Okay.
ask that we defer to staff.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
We're trying to keep our hats
We want to
separate.
make sure we keep
I
our
guess
hats
for
separate,
me,
so-
I'm feeling optimistic that this is not going to take a long time
Yeah.
to get done, but it's going to take some amount of time. So to me, it feels like it's more like 6 months, less like 3 months, and less like a year.
Right.
So just for the amount of time that it takes. So that's kind of
Right.
the realm that I'm envisioning.
Yeah, the point of the question was really to figure out if continuance was something that we were interested in
Mhm.
doing, that timeline would be, want to make sure the timeline is appropriate.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you're considering continuance and we find out after this meeting that can't happen, the applicant could just withdraw their application and start over.
Correct.
So I don't see a harm in continuing if that's where the direction you want to head.
Okay. Thank you.
I think if it made a difference, which I don't really know if it does, you could make a decision after this meeting's done. Your decision wouldn't have to happen right now immediately at the meeting, if my understanding is correct.
So as we're batting around the options for our process, maybe it'd be a good time to let the applicant have a speak.
That was my
Because
next step, yeah.
I'm
Yeah. Love to hear from you guys as we're battering around your project.
Thank you. Brian Courier, Larry Burke Civil Associates.
Brian Marca, applicant.
So, you're grandfathered under the regulations that you apply under when a constructible plan set has been deemed complete by a municipality. All right, so municipalities have different names for different steps of the process. Here, that's considered to be preliminary. So we're grandfathered under the set of regulations that we applied under when you get deemed complete at a preliminary. So whatever that version was a year ago is what we're grandfathered under. So if you approve us at preliminary, the regulations change. Those aren't applicable to us at final. They're not applicable to us unless we withdraw and reapply.
Yep.
Okay. So the reason we wanted to be here tonight is I'm not an attorney, so I'm not going to offer anything different than the town attorney may. But looking at it from a different standpoint, a waiver was requested or was an option to move forward from town staff going back multiple years. In every single waiver request I've written, I've said, I don't believe this project requires a waiver. However, if you want one, here. If this is a path forward we can all agree on, fine. Obviously now or 2 days ago, it's something that we can't all agree on. So I would go back to my original read of the regulation being that it's, 20% slopes, which it doesn't define how that's calculated. Is it across the entire site? Is it over a certain vertical rise? Is it a certain area? A 20% slope can be anything from a roadside ditch all the way to developing this 100+ acre parcel with 100 units. Can be anywhere in the middle. So when the board sees regulatory issues like that, I believe it is the job of the board to use their judgment to enforce the regulation as they see fit, right? I mean, you've done it already. In the regulation, does it say anything about man-made slopes not applying to this standard? Certainly not, but it's happened multiple times. I prefer not to list the projects, but I imagine you all know what I'm talking about. So that judgment's already been exercised. The reason that this issue is starting to gain traction is because it's well known that it can't be enforced in a reasonable manner because it's vague at best. You know, the intent's there, and that's why when we were in front of you folks last time, we all agreed that the footprint of the development was something that you folks were comfortable with, that it met the intent of that regulation while also provided housing in your sewer core in the R2 district. That's a planned unit development where we're clustering homes in the flattest areas on the site while dedicating a huge amount of open space. And through the PUD regulations, in addition to the vagueness of that regulation, are supposed to provide flexibility from the development regulations, which is why you folks allowed 4 units off of a driveway. We pulled the minutes when that was stated. Planning and zoning met with Public Works, and they agreed that the plan unit development regulations allowed for 4 units off of a driveway. The town has a standard for 4 units off a driveway. Typically, sure, it's only allowed in the scenic overlay district, but through the PUD standards, you folks were comfortable allowing 4 units off a driveway. We had 5 at one point. They said not 5, it's got to be 4. And we submitted those minutes with our Public Works responses. So whether it's the vagueness of the 20% slope rule that I think we can all agree upon, and again, it's why it's gaining traction with the Planning Commission, that it's a significant issue, is because you folks don't have the direction that you need. So absent of that, you know, is it the applicant's responsibility now to withdraw an application we've been working on for 3 years, where this issue has been there for 3 years? Is it our responsibility, or, you know, while this regulation and wait for it to get fixed? Or can the board use its judgment, as it has already in the past, to approve it if they feel or still feel it meets the intent of what that regulation is in place for?
Okay.
And that conversation wasn't part of, the town attorney wasn't looking at this project specifically. This was an overarching waiver conversation. Staff is just applying it to this waiver consideration.
I think actually staff is applying it to giving us guidance about when we can do a waiver and what for versus
Correct.
not.
They're
It just
saying-
happens to be that this application is before us that is requesting one.
We requested a waiver
Yeah.
because we were requested to in order to move the process further. Every waiver application we've submitted, I've stated at the very beginning, we do not believe this project is necessary to move forward with a waiver. Not to say we're going to take the path of least resistance, all right? So if the staff is saying a waiver is the right way to go, that's the direction we're going to go. All right, but obviously that door, seemingly under the current structure of the subdivision waiver criteria, you know, 2 days ago we found out that that door is closed. All right, so we would still ask the board, you know, nothing has changed out there. It's still the same footprint of impact that we all agreed upon was reasonable given the site constraints out here. Nothing's changed. The intent of the regulation is for erosion control. We submitted a very prescriptive erosion control plan to your Public Works Department. They've approved it. A third-party engineer, Hamlin Engineers, has reviewed it and approved it. We hired a geotechnical engineer who reviewed the project and didn't have any concerns. We have a moderate risk construction general permit from the state of Vermont. We've checked all those boxes significantly. So we feel we're meeting the intent of the regulation, and absent from more descriptions about or more guidance for you folks to apply that regulation. In my view, you still have the authority to implement the regulation as you feel it was intended. And, you know, if you don't feel that way, you know, we'll have to live with that. But I still feel that you folks have the authority to exercise your judgment on a vague regulation. There's no question it says shall not impact. I get that. But if you can't define what shall not be impacted in a targeted, specific way, then everything can be impacted.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, and I appreciate your comments. Staff, do you have a...
Yeah, I guess I would just say that you know, we've recognized for a while the challenge of this regulation, and we've been trying to figure out a good way to go forward. For this particular application, staff's already recommended denial a number of times on it because it doesn't meet the regulations. And I think that the thing that's difficult is it's not because it doesn't meet some kind of engineering standard. That's not the question. Just like you could have a building 100 feet high and it could work, but if the regulation says 40 feet, it says 40 feet. So this isn't, in my mind, an engineering question. I'm sure that they could engineer something that would work, but how do we get it to work with the regulations that we have? And previously, our only way of doing that seemed to be with a waiver, seemed to be the only way forward. I'm hopeful that updating the regulations will allow for reasonable development on steep slopes in ways that follow best engineering practices, in ways that don't damage the environment, in ways that we can feel good about in our community, and we'll have suitable mitigations set in place so that we can do this in a way that makes sense and that works for engineers too, that they have something good to follow. We can review things well. So to me, I feel like that's the best way to go forward, and I'm really not seeing a different way to go forward. So it's not, I mean, I guess it's the best because it's the only one I can think of at this point. It is unfortunate that we received this fairly recently, but this is part of an ongoing, a continual effort to try to do things the best way that we can. And when things become, you know, it's an evolving process of trying to do the best we can with the regulations. So this is where I feel like we're at this point for it.
Okay, thank you. Board members, questions for applicant or staff, as we've just heard from the applicant. Dusty?
Not a question, but I think that it's clear to me that the options that we believed that we had to work with are no longer in place, and the zoning rule is relatively straightforward, and it's a shall not a may not or could not. It's a shall. So I would strongly advise the applicant to withdraw so there's no bias against it. It's not working with a negative report. It's just withdraw until such time as regulations are better and more clearly configured. So not a question, just a statement.
Thank you, Dusty. Hubie?
Well, I disagree with you slightly, Dusty, okay, in that the way the regulations I'm reading from is development is discouraged on slopes of 15% or steeper due to the likelihood of erosion and so on, so on. Then it says development shall be prohibited. That's
part,
what I meant. That's okay, because, but so I think that is what you meant about the this shall be.
Not, it's a shall.
It's a
on the
positive
20%, but it's discouraged on the 15%.
And I don't even consider anything under 20% as an issue. It's
Yeah.
it's the above 20 that's the problem.
Right.
So anyway, so it's, and again, the words, development is discouraged on slopes. Okay, so does that mean that you are only talking about the area that is being disturbed by the development, or are you considering the entire lot? Okay, when you calculate that 15 or 20%, which we've all acknowledged, and Ryan just reiterated again that we don't have details about exactly how to measure this. That's the problem. All right. So,
Correct.
So and what I'm doing, I'm reiterating what Ryan kind of said is it's very vague, and that so that there's in order to rule on this, there's a certain amount of judgment that would have to be involved to say whether whether it does or does not violate this part of the regulation. Okay, so I'm not suggesting I'm leaning one way or the other, but I'm saying that there's the old everything we do, there's an impact. Okay, so the question is the impact, is it an adverse impact, and then is it an undue adverse impact? So what those categories are and how we arrive at whether it meets those categories or not. That's the question. Given that we don't have good guidance.
Correct.
So.
Well, luckily,
then, yeah.
luckily the planning commission is actively working
Yeah,
on
yeah.
better guidance about that. But that being set aside,
And just one
Yeah.
quick follow-up to that.
Yeah.
I think I'm not disagreeing with anything you said as far needing that, as far as the needing more guidance. But the fact that we've got a shall be prohibited above 20%, and I don't think there's any discrepancy or any disagreement in the application that there is some portion, some component, some element that's above 20%. I mean, that's what we've been seeing that right along, which has been one of our challenging points. So I think given the legal response we have, that basically means,
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm
Yeah.
just saying that we need to understand that this, it's not definitive about, the 15 and 20%, okay?
I think we've well documented that,
Yeah.
that it's
It's-
as vague as can be.
Yeah.
Nick,
Nothing right now.
Sharon,
We're supposed to be asking questions, not having the discussion now, right? That's what I
Correct.
understand.
Yes.
Okay, good. I
oh, you wanted to have the discussion, or did you?
No. It seemed like we were having a discussion when
Oh.
we're supposed to be asking questions, so I don't want to. I have statements, but I have no questions.
Okay, Trevor.
I have no questions.
Okay. I would take a motion, I think, at this point to hear from the general public. I would take a motion to open this to the public.
move we open the public hearing.
Second.
Motion made by Dusty, seconded by Sharon. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 I
Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Do we have anybody in the room that would have anything that they would like to speak about on this application in particular? Yes, sir. Come on up. I'm looking right at you.
Name is David Scopin,
You'll speak to me.
and I wanted to thank you all for permitting me to speak. I have a number of questions for Brian, Brian Courier. I know we have
You can
two
address
Brian.
you can address them to me. He can reply, but you can address them to me.
I'm sorry.
You address the questions to me, please. That's the chair. That's
Okay.
That's how it works.
Well, the first thing I would like is that I would like to have you put up. It's page 18 of the applicant's site plan.
Okay. You have the
Okay,
ability to
are
do
you
so?
able to do that for me? That would assist. And then I guess I have to ask the question to you. Ian, would you be clearing the lots of vegetation on this particular project?
Are you asking if the applicant is talking about clearing the vegetation on this particular project?
Yes. Would those lots require a clearing of vegetation? I've noticed in the development H that that's what occurred. So I was wondering if this would be expected in this particular.
Sure. You have more than one question, David? We can.
Oh yeah, I have a
So
bunch,
why
but
don't you
it'd
hit up
be
a
nice to
few at a
answer
time.
them one at a time.
I prefer that we hit them up all at once. If we
Okay.
could.
Well, then I want to let everyone know that I know you had a lot to read on this particular application, and one of them was a gentleman who is a professional engineer, and I hope that you're taking that into consideration when you think about this particular application. The other thing I wanted to kind of draw attention to is something that I learned when I was curious about erosion, etc., and how you would engineer a site to prevent it. And if 2 inches of rain fell on 1 acre in 6 hours, that would produce 150 gallons of water per minute of runoff, which would weigh 1,251 pounds. In other words, that's a lot of force per minute. And that's not a really, that's only 2 inches in 6 hours. We are hopefully always building far beyond that. The other thing I want to draw attention to, and I'm going to speak to you, Ian, because that's what I was told to do. I thought I would go ahead and see if I couldn't talk to an erosion engineer and someone and people in civil engineering actually will specialize in that. I couldn't get a hold of anyone after calling 6 or 8 different firms in our area because they are too busy. They have more, in other words, all the municipalities and everyone is quite aware of the fact that we're possibly in for some very heavy rains in the near future, and they would like to prepare for that. So, with that, I wanted to ask the applicant, how do you prepare for that amount of rain, and do they engineer with the consideration that we may get 6 or 5 inches in a short period of time, and the places that we would go ahead and put basins to catch the water, would they have the ability to actually capture that amount of water? The other thing I wanted to talk about, and it's a section
Go ahead. We'll be able to hear you if you shout.
right at the back of here, where beyond that, on this map, it states it is a conservation buffer. Now, would there actually be any vegetation in that area if you clear those lots right up to the property line? The other thing I wanted to find out about was this driveway. How long is that driveway? How wide is that driveway? What is the slope of that driveway? And what are the slopes here in percentage? Because I know for a fact that we're not just talking about 20% slopes. On this particular application, it's very likely that we have areas where you could have 50% naturally occurring slopes. Some of the slopes we would create would be well in excess of 20%. So, I could probably go on because there's an awful lot more that others would probably like to fill in for me.
Sure.
But if I can have answers to those first questions, I would greatly appreciate it.
Okay. Mr. Courier, I have questions for me about engineering for the rain, clearing of vegetation for the lots, vegetation clearing on the conservation area, and the estimated slope for the driveway.
Do you feel any of them are pertinent to the conversation we just had? That the hurdle we need to get over before we...
I would agree that that it's essential that we at least discuss the hurdle first, as opposed to whether it's quite possible that the questions that Mr. Scopa has are perhaps not necessary at this time.
Mm-hmm.
So, Given that, do you have a motion? Do you have an idea of a way you're feeling about this application at this point in time?
I mean, I'd say again,
Yep.
we developed an erosion control plan. We have a state erosion control permit. Hamlin Engineers reviewed our erosion control plan. They approved it. Your Public Works Department reviewed it. They approved it.
Yep.
We commissioned it. We hired a geotechnical engineer.
Yeah, the biggest issue I think that we're feeling as a board in particular is, I agree with you 100% that the steep slope issue and the regulation is extremely vague, and it's been an issue for us for some time now. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable, given that we were just given guidance directly from our town attorney. I'm not sure that I'm comfortable going against the town attorney just because we have it done in the past. So
Correct.
I'm not sure that a
And
waiver is.
what I'm asking, to be clear, and this is not in regard to his comments, I don't believe, but to be clear, I'm not asking you to go against the town attorney. I'm not asking for a waiver. The town attorney is saying don't issue this project a waiver because the subdivision regulation waivers can't be applied to zoning.
Mm-hmm.
So to be clear, I'm not asking you to go against the town. I said at the beginning, I'm not an attorney. I'm not going to try and offer my own opinion on what he said. I'm saying it's a very vague regulation that requires the DRB to make a judgment decision, and based on all the other information that you can take in, sewer core, R2, PUD, clustering, all the erosion measures I've already talked about, all of things pulled into the overall conversation of, does this project have erosion control issues? That's the intent of the regulation. Absent of measuring what exactly the zoning regulations after, your guess is as good as mine. But everything else included, I feel that the judgment can be made by the DRB, absent of more direction. So once this regulation changes, you'll have more guidance and it'll be more black and white. But the real world's full of shades of gray, and this regulation is one of those. It's been in the regulations for a decade. It hasn't come up until this application was submitted.
Right, it's slope issue has come up a lot, but
It has in the last 2 years, but it's been in the regulations for much longer than that.
Yeah.
I'm saying the DRB has used its judgment already in regards to man-made slope. Now there's plenty of precedent out there that man-made slope should not be a consideration for this sort of thing. Does it say that in that 20% verbiage?
okay,
It does not, right?
right? Okay. In which case then, comments, questions from board?
It sounds like potentially Mr. Scopin's questions are not necessarily going to be answered just yet.
I think that's correct. I think we have to decide what we're going to do with
Yeah,
that
I mean,
at
I
this point
can
in time.
certainly.
Because I'm not ignoring your questions, Mr. Scopin. We're just deciding what to do about this application.
What I was wondering, sir, if we'd like to get the rest of your questions on record, even if we're not prepared to answer them at this point.
If you want me to answer them, Ian, I certainly will. But in the interest of time, that's why.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Well,
So-
I would certainly appreciate an answer because it seems to me that the board should know if you've got an existing 50% slope that it will be affected by a proposed building site. Come on.
I can appreciate your comment about it. I understand that. However, if we choose not to move forward with this application at this point in time, then whether or not there's a 50% slope on that driveway,
I understand that.
makes
And if I
any
sit
difference.
down and ask
So-
no more questions, will you actually go ahead and decide whether you're going to
I think we're trying
deny
to
or
work on that at
or
the moment.
withdraw?
The public hearing is still open. So,
Okay.
So
well,
we're
I
trying to work on that at the
hopefully
moment.
others will have something to say. I certainly know they have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank
Greatly
you.
Appreciate it.
Yep. Mr. Brusso? None? Hubie?
No, nothing at the moment.
It's a person on online.
Yeah, I see Ann Miller. We'll get to you in just one second, Ann. Let's let Ann speak up, and then I have a concept of how I want to move forward with this. So, Ann.
Thank you. And I didn't raise my hand to say like everything I say is true at the beginning because I wasn't planning to speak. But I am, and my name's Ann Miller, and I live at 60 Sydney Drive. I'm an Essex resident. And I'm really only here to ask the process question that a member of the public comes to speak about the application, and you collect all of his questions, which is fine, and then you ask the applicant to answer the questions, and the applicant says, well, that's kind of irrelevant now, given what you just said, so his questions don't get answered. And then the applicant gets to go on about their opinion about the case. And it just seems to me at a process level that when you turned it back to the applicant, it was at that point that those questions of Mr. Scopin needed to be answered, or the conversation is just tabled altogether. So I'm just asking the process question to make sure that it's fair to all parties. I really have no stake in this conversation. I just wanted to raise that for your awareness.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And you did point it out. I appreciate that. I think what we're looking at doing at this point is trying to decide what we want to do with the application, whether or not the additional questions are pertinent if we're not going to move forward with the application. So if we do continue to move on, then we certainly will get answers for everything. Patty, you're recognized.
Yes, I just want to add something because I'm very familiar with this application. When I happened to be on the Planning Commission, I was very much involved in this application. And I wanted to tell you, this is a suggestion for maybe you could suggest this to the Planning Commission to really look at the BioFinder maps. I took a course, and I took this course from the BioFinder. Anyway, not only did I do that, I do have a little background in research. I found that Annie Constantini, she's an engineer with the town of Essex. I don't know if she's still with Essex, but she is fabulous. And I'm telling you this because I don't know if she still has the photographs, but she had wonderful photographs of erosion of sand. And so I'm not saying Brian put these fences up, you know, the applicant, but you know those fences that hold erosion, so they're green and all the sand comes down. Well, from the hill, all those were broken. Okay, and so all the photos from the area that Brian is developing, below that there's Stony Brook. I think the name of the Stone Brook is the name of a circle of homes just below the area where he wants to develop, and they were impacted severely. There was dirt in the road because I run up there, and there's dirt all along the side of the road, sand from falling down the hill. I saw myself those they hold the erosion, those bands, you know, they look like fences. They were broken. And the pictures that were taken by Annie Constantini. I'm probably pronouncing her name wrong, but I highly, and this was maybe 2 years ago when I was on the Planning Commission, and I was very, very interested and involved in each application, and I remember his distinctly. And unfortunately, I threw out all my stuff because I'm now no longer on the Planning Commission. Otherwise, I would give it to you and let you see the photos yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon.
I just want to interject that all those photos are in our packet along with the memo from 2021 that she sent the Planning Commission. So if you look, Patty, if you look at the packet and scroll down, all those photos are there with Ann Const. I can't pronounce her last name, but Ann's memo.
Thank you. And Lorraine.
Thank you, Chair. 74 Center Road, Essex. On top of the slope issues, when I looked at this and the staff recommendation, there were plenty of other issues as well with this particular development. It looked to me like the fire chief said no, and so did the police for certain reasons. And also having been part of an HOA with issues with when it looked like the water lines, sewer lines were running under driveways, other people's driveways. And I was just thinking how covenants are lost and how people don't know when they buy. and just so many other problems with shoving 10 more in an area that's so close to the edge of where the circ is. And certainly looking at those slopes and seeing the landslide in the photograph, I think there definitely needs to be a pause on past practices. And certainly a past does not mean it's precedent in terms of dealing with each individual applicant that comes by. I would appreciate if the Development Review Board says no to this application. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to bring this back. Yes, I see a hand.
Hi, Cheryl Van Apps, 8 Rustic Drive. In the interest of time here, I just want to know, am I better off writing my questions for the applicant to submit them? Or, I just want to have my chance to
Ask, fire away.
I'm going to say I'd rather save the time here because I understand there's a hurdle to be crossed that it doesn't look like we're going to get over tonight.
There may be. We're trying to get there, so we'll see.
Right.
If you have questions and you want to get them on the record, let's get them on the record.
Okay. In the packet, I have a public comment. If you would bring it up, I could go up to the board and take a look at it. For steep slopes, since we're on the subject, it appeared to me that if you bring up something with the contour lines, that would be helpful, of the proposed development, the far eastern part of it. So a map, I guess.
Did you want me to go to your comment first?
That would do, yeah. Scroll down to a map with contour lines. And I want to emphasize that I want the DRB to consider the regulations which have to deal with the health, safety, and general welfare of inhabitants of town of Essex. Okay, so. So, yeah, the property's 9 and 10. You don't see it here, but on another map, there's a hill over here, and it's a 100-foot high hill. So it is draining stormwater down through these impermeable driveways onto Windbridge, and I'm guessing it's responsible for the runoff, the erosion, and the landslide that's occurring here. There's a berm, I believe, there's a berm placed here for stormwater to direct the water runoff. My question is, why would we be adding a driveway that's impermeable to the stretch of street that is downhill, shooting like a chute, stormwater down here? Plus, we're asking to put in septic system here. To me, this seems like the hill here in about this position. If you look at the map, there are quite a number of ravines branching off of it. It almost looks like starfish. So my thoughts are, we already see that there's tremendous amount of mass land movement going on. So why are we placing these houses here? That's my question. Sure. Pertains to steep slopes, but it's not quite on the steep slope. It is kind of downstream of the steep slope. That may be one question to something to put into the regulation. I don't know. Okay. So I'll leave it at that. I also want to offer a compliment. I believe I go walking in this area, the reserve land conservation area, and I saw just this Monday, I was on my way to the post office because I didn't have a car. I walked. I saw hoof print that was very large, and I saw against the tree there was some scuff marks. So I was really thrilled seeing that. I want to offer a compliment. This is beautiful land. It's rugged. It's some of the most rugged land in Essex town, and I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. If we could have that as the last public comment, that would be great. Come on up. Nope. Yes, back in the back. Sorry, I didn't see. She had her hand up before, so. Yes, come on up.
I'm Natalie Braun. I live at 11 Skyline. And everyone on the board is accustomed to me coming and often talking about climate change mitigation. And weirdly, tonight, that wasn't going to be the topic, other than until we got to this point in the meeting. And I had gathered enough information from all the things being said that it made sense to make an additional comment around that. So the value of preserving woodlands are myriad, particularly in the face of the accelerating climate change. And there was a comment about, in the last couple years, there's been a lot more questioning around granting waivers for steep slopes. And my guess is that one of the reasons for that is because we are in the midst of and need to be prepared for increasing amount of extreme weather. So the reality of a steep slope becomes much more problematic now, perhaps, than it was 10, 15, 20 years ago. So we do need to plan in that direction. So that's my climate change and extreme weather thing. But what I'm really here to say is to express a very high level of empathy for all of you, and actually, I know I'm not supposed to turn around this way, but all of you too, because this is an incredibly difficult decision. Now, I think it's been made, whatever of those three options are chosen, significantly easier by the introduction of the information at the beginning of the meeting that I was not expecting. However, I will still say that I'm not sure what is gray about 20% slopes. That sounds pretty precise to me. And it's shall not is in the regulation. And so at the first opportunity, back several years ago, the first iteration of this plan, that was there. The regulation was there. And some of the evidence was beginning to be accrued, which at this point now is pretty substantial, especially if you look at the packet for this particular meeting. So it's not clear to me, and again, I have great empathy around this, but why no didn't come down right out of the starting gate. We are not granting a waiver. But then what happens, and this is now the psychologist speaking, is there is this lengthy process of plan iterations in an effort to get closer and closer to the okayness of a waiver being granted. That is psychologically an incredibly challenging and powerful process. I refer to it as sunk costs, which is really an economic concept, but it applies here, which I think makes it that process is very hazardous, I think, to really clear-eyed, wise decision-making because of the increasing investment on all parties, yours, time, money, everything, the increasing investment of going iteration to iteration to iteration when out of the starting gate, 20% slopes shall not, a no would have been okay, but now we're in this really tough, well, can we do this? Can we do this? Can we do this? So I just, it can make it very hard to say no. And it requires an enormous level of courage to do that. And I think given the sunk costs on this one. And I think you are maybe going to do that tonight, based on what I heard. However, I also see this whole process as a cautionary tale about the perils of waivers in general, and particularly the history of granting them, because what it does is it gives developers and engineers hope that, well, by golly, a waiver might be possible. And then that whole descent into the compromised decision making that comes with, well, if you tweak it here, if you tweak it here, if you tweak it here, then maybe you'll arrive at a waiver being granted. 20% slopes. I don't know what is gray about that. Folks, thank you for doing a very, very, very tough job. I'm going to turn over here and say thank you for doing a very tough job over here. It is. This has been excruciating. Waivers. Terrible idea. Thank you.
Thank you. You had a moment. Yeah, you were. Nope. Gentleman next to you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you. I'm Joseph Krupa. I live at 2 Evergreen Drive. We bought that property about a year ago. I wrote, I think it was public comment number 1, a letter about the steep slopes and that ordinance. I'm not really going to ask questions on here because I agree that depending on where some of this goes, it may or may not apply, but hopefully it helps inform however the zoning reg gets rewritten. I will say, though, that in reading that, as an engineer, I completely appreciate the frustration that some of the apparent ambiguity in the regulation might have, but also I reviewed for like the city of New Haven, Connecticut, and places like that. You know, sometimes those regs are written strategically broad so that it's going to capture a wide range of the various conditions out there. Like in Vermont has, you know, slopes are all over the place, grading is all over the place. So to make sure that does come in for review. So I guess that's just sort of a comment there. I had some more specific questions to impacts to my property. I was kind of curious about the age of the topographic data and the contouring that was provided in the drawings. For example, next to my property and on my property is a large stockpile of spoils from, I think, Section H being built. That's over the property line. Some of it's on my lot. So when that work happens, my property is going to be impacted, at least there. I'm not super happy about the idea of having asphalt wrapped around my property and having buildings and driveways on 3 sides. So when I was out there reviewing that, I noticed I started having questions about the locations of the stakes and where things were actually falling versus where people thought they were falling. And that was based on the field visit we did. So I was getting kind of concerned out there. For example, I found the metal pin that was buried at my property corner, and relative to the stake that the engineer put out there for that field visit over the summer, it was much closer than what's scaled out in the drawings. That, and then there was some conversation about where the gravel wetland was going to go. And the drawings show it closer to my property pin, but discussions in the field put it more where there was going to be a steep ditching to channel water around. So I guess I want a clarification on sort of where things are landing, how my property line is going to be impacted, because standing out there and just kind of looking at the contours and looking what's on paper, I see at least 2 sides of my property line being impacted for almost the entirety length on the north and east side, I think.
Remind me again of your address.
2 Evergreen Drive.
You're right on the corner there of Evergreen.
Correct, yeah. So it's up in the back corner. It's like the corner lot on what would have been a T intersection that I think, I'm still learning the history, but would have been the largest of the submittals that made that loop. And now it's the private drive. So impacts there. Whoever built the house, my foundation drain goes back there as well. Towards that the middle of the back property area. So if grading eats into my property, like through all of my work purchased in the lot, there was no easements or anything like that associated with the title. The foundation drain being impacted. I'm not going to guess how that'll go, but I'm just concerned about what it might look like.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
I think that's what I got.
Thank you. I have recorded your questions. So.
Okay.
And as the questions have come up, I'm writing these down so that if we do continue to move forward with this, we will work to get the answers for folks.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
My name is Pete Hess. I live at 6 Timberlane Drive in Pinewood. In the interest of time, I would just say, I guess it's an unpopular opinion, but I'm in favor of this construction in Pinewood. I think that additional housing around our area is necessary and something that we're all aware of. I think the memo about the waivers probably holds water if you had to go the waiver route. But listening to the conversation, it sounds like maybe there's a way to go here without a waiver based on your judgment of the current regs. So thanks for your time, and that's my take. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no more hands in the room, seeing none online, I'm going to bring it back to the table here. I'd like to go through a straw poll. I think would probably the best thing to do would be a straw poll on how we're feeling about the application, whether we would want to see this, want to continue discussion for potential approval this evening, or if we would be more in mind of withdrawal continuance. And I think that might give us the best avenue for us to make best use of our time this evening. We'll start with you, Dusty. Do you have a feeling of where you'd like to be?
Deny or withdraw.
Okay.
I've got explanations to go along with that, but for sake of the straw poll, deny or withdraw.
Thank you. Hubie.
I think we've got new information here. Okay, that's and I think that as a minimum we should continue. Okay, so to give everyone opportunity to kind of regroup and make appropriate presentations based on this new information. Because it may provide some avenues for again, like more explanation to address this latest information.
Once you get through the straw poll, there's room for discussing that.
Yeah, I just want to know, like your initial response, if you had deny, withdraw, or continue.
Oh, I would say continue.
Okay. Nick.
I can't help but sympathize with the applicant, so I would say continue.
Okay. Sharon?
I would lean towards deny, and I would also like to discuss that there are quite a few other issues where this application does not comply. It's not just the slopes.
Correct. Trevor?
I would say deny or possibly continue.
Okay. Applicants wanting to move forward?
We appreciate the straw poll. My preference would be, would you like to say anything?
Well, the fact that we right along we're not pushing for a waiver, the fact that it's come to this and so late, it's unfortunate that a lot of time, money, and resources have been used, and I mean, just recently Kent was spending time on the public trail, and the more details on that, and so we've got there's a very viable plan out there, and with that, I'd like to have a continuance with all the work that's been put in on as a whole.
I certainly can sympathize. First of all, I understand this the waiver piece came pretty late, right? Just this week, the ruling about that. And I understand your position coming in, saying that you're not actually asking for a waiver, but you would ask for a waiver if you found it was necessary to get through. Your position is that one is not necessary. I do see that there are still a lot of issues that are in the same application that we looked at the last time we looked at it. There really isn't a whole lot of changes. So I think that, from my opinion, I think continuance would probably make the most amount of sense, and that puts us all in a position to perhaps check and see what the new regulations might be, and if they can be applied for you, which I understand it may not necessarily be, but also allows you to continue to look at some of the stuff that's still in question in this application to begin with. So, from my opinion, and that's just me. So I would say at this point, if you are requesting a continuance, I would say that I'm happy to ask for a vote on that. I would take a motion for a continuance.
I'd like to have a little more discussion if we could first before we wrap that. I mean, we did straw poll and we didn't.
That's correct.
We really didn't have a chance to voice our thoughts.
That's true.
And the public hearing is still open at this point. So,
It would be
can I take a whack?
Yeah, go ahead.
So just one, I'd like to just remind all the folks who provide commentary that specifically, waivers are not just for the developer and the big developers and so forth. They're also for the landowners in the town of Essex. So it's to help them potentially make something fit. And it's not just, it's residents too. But with regards to this one specifically, this application, with all respect, and I've been here through probably most all of the different reviews for this, the applicant has, has consistently come through, responded to the community or responded to the town. But I don't think at any point in time has there ever been any denial that there is some portion of this development that's greater than 20%. Some portion of this developable area that's greater than 20%. And understanding that the regulation does not give us the clarity of what percentage and so forth. So with that, the regulation is quite clear, shall be prohibited, greater than 20%. Up until this week, we had, at least some of us, myself included, were under the impression that we could potentially do a waiver if it proved to be appropriate, if all the mitigation options were in place. We have a legal opinion in front of us that says we can't. So to me, that really makes this very clear. It makes this a non-viable application. Just period. Without regard for the 50%, without any of the other elements that are still pending, engineering issues can be resolved. The applicant's engineer is very good. They work with the town engineers, and resolution and mitigation options can be put forward for almost anything that's come up as a problem. But we don't have an opportunity to introduce mitigations greater than 20% with the way the regulation is specified today. It just doesn't allow it. So I believe the only real option is to deny or withdraw. And that doesn't invalidate any of the work that's been done. It just parks it somewhere else. If we continue, we have to continue to a date certain. What's that date? I mean, this has to go through the planning. Any changes have to go through the planning commission. They have to go through the public review for the planning commission. They have to go through the select board. They have to go through public review from the select board. So that's nothing that we can specify the time frame. So, quite frankly, I would strongly urge the applicant to withdraw.
Thank you. QB. It's your hour to shine.
Yeah. It's been said once, it's been said 100 times that the regulation is wishy-washy, okay? And so we can pick out words as to what is, the absolutes, or we can make it work how we might personally want to make it work. Another example, here we have this analog world we live in, and we're trying to digitize it. We want to make things absolute and very clear. And as it's been said about the 20% being an absolute, well, it says development shall be prohibited on slopes of 20% and steeper. So, does that mean the actual movement of material on slopes that are greater than 20%? or does it talk about the whole parcel itself? In the same regarding, it says development is discouraged on 15% slope. It's, again, it's just, there's lack of definition. And to tell you the truth, I'm very curious as to if there are changes by the planning commission of how they're gonna provide some definition for this. Cause it's, again, we're trying to digitize this analog situation. I agree with Ian that there are some other issues here besides the slopes things too that need to be addressed. I'd have some questions about some other things. So that's one of the reasons why I'm talking about wanting to continue because I'd like to present some of the issues that I think still need to be addressed besides the slope business. And I would also have some specific comments regarding slope and actually questions for the applicant regarding impact on slopes. But we're not there yet.
Taking some of the information earlier from Kent saying that maybe the planning commission might have some kind of formalized language about slopes in a roughly 6-month period. Could be optimistic, could be a little beyond that, but it's clear that the applicant wants approval, would be probably amenable to a continuance, obviously would be quite discouraged with a denial. So, having said that, that's why I'm thinking that with the continuance, it still runs the risk of denial in 6 months. It runs the risk of denial, and however long that we push it out. If all of the other items aren't addressed, and of course the slope language isn't does not fit for this piece of property. And so that's the risk that the applicant is willing to take, then I think a continuance is reasonable.
Thank you. Trevor?
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe I guess since Dustin said earlier, maybe I'm not going to comment since I am working on the planning board zoning regulation.
With regards to this particular application as a DRB member,
well, it's all I will say is it's just that I don't think there is anything mysterious about the 20% slope. Is that I have looked at many different regulations from across the country, and many places use 20%. So
my point more, Trevor, was really more about your feeling about continuance versus.
Okay, well, continuance or withdrawal, I think it would be good, because I think hopefully that we would eventually maybe have some more clarity with a new regulation.
Okay, thank you. Sharon?
I would have to say I don't think the regulation is as clear as the applicant is implying. I think in this particular community with bank failure, with very highly permeable erosive soils on clay, we should actually be discouraging development on over 15%. And I think looking at the plat map, it's pretty clear to everyone that there's some major slopes there. It's not, how do you measure it? They're everywhere. And then the other issue is if we continue it, we've been asking for a master plan. We're using a master plan from 2002. We haven't satisfied the criteria of a PUD. I'm trying to look at we have a driveway that's 20 feet when it should be 24. And if we switch it to 24, that's going to cause more bank erosion. I mean, lots 9 and 10 are right next to a collapsing bank. So I think all those things need to be addressed, and I just don't know if they can. I don't think they can, engineering wise or any other way. So I don't think I'm supported by the rest, but I would lean to denying this application.
Okay, thank you. For my piece, my 2 cents worth, I think I'm pro continuance, and the reason why I'm pro continuance for you at this point is because there has been a lot of work that's been done on this and a lot of different iterations on there. By the continuance, there are still, as I said, still several items that are in this application that are still need to be resolved beyond the slope issue. By continuance, that provides you time to continue to work on those issues as the planning commission continues to work on that. At some point, if we find that it seems that new regulations might be more in favor or be more clear on how to address this, you could withdraw in the future and then reapply under the new regulations if you wanted to. But by continuance, this allows you the ability to continue on this path, but to continue to work on the stuff beyond the slope issue that still is not yet answered.
And I have responses for all of those things.
Yep.
I think that some of them are misstated. Personally, I think some of them the board's already given direction that it's okay if we submit them at final. Please remember we're at preliminary. So I don't think anything there is outstanding, personally. But in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through that. So we would be amendable to I would say a 6-month continuance.
Understanding
given staff's comment of roughly, obviously promises, but
correct,
as this is being worked on, and if there is no changes between then and now. The other thing is we were given 2 days and we were handed a legal opinion.
Agreed.
We have not had a legal opinion of our own, so I think that's fair.
Yep.
So we would suggest or would request at least a 6-month continuance.
Yeah, continuance of a year is acceptable, correct?
What is preliminary, the initial, was there a sketch first?
Yeah.
And when does the sketch expire?
They don't.
Okay.
We're deemed, well, you have to submit preliminary and be deemed complete within a year, but we crossed that border a long time ago.
Okay. I do see your hand, Mr. Scopin. I do see, and you will have an opportunity to question or comment in just a second.
We'd appreciate 6, so if something happens, say, in 6 or 8, we're not a year.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It may end up taking a year.
The continuance doesn't mean you, am I correct? The continuance means they can come back before a year. Or does it mean
well, if you continue 6 months,
yeah,
it would have to be under a new application. You have to continue to a date certain.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. You're right. You're right.
And then if I can just jump in.
Yes.
So a date certain, absolutely. So you need to pick a date.
Correct.
That it could be continued again and
Correct.
again and again. So
Correct.
there's no
Correct.
no end
Correct.
to
Thank you.
that.
That can just keeps getting down the road. Yeah. Okay. Since you're at home, Catherine, do you mind selecting a date certain? and Mr. Scopin, you had your hand up. Yep, and public hearing is still open, so go ahead if you have a quick question. I understand you have several questions we have not answered yet, as well as many others in the room.
Well, I do. I have plenty of questions,
Uh-huh.
but I also have a comment. I feel very confident that I have a very, very sound case if this should need to go to court. And I think anyone who looks at contour lines would agree with me on that particular
Excellent.
point
That's
of
excellent
law.
news.
I mean, but you guys can kick that can until I die, probably.
Thank you for the comment. Yes, sir.
Thanks. I just want to say if the board could take kind of consideration in how long this process goes, because I mentioned some impacts to my property lines, which kind of make me hesitant to invest in the property, not knowing what may spill over if anything does. Again, I don't have any idea of what that might look like. It's making me hesitant. And also in the concept of a continuance here, just something maybe worth considering is that if the board sets a precedent of continuance here and saying that and leaves the impression that maybe this regulation will be viewed more laxed, and
I don't think that's what we're saying here.
I'm not. I'm just hypothetically, let's say that was the direction of the conversation. It was said before that the application falls under the regs at the time of application. So
Correct.
I just worry that maybe if that impression goes out in the public, will you see a rush of applications to try and fall underneath the current versus the rewritten reg?
I wouldn't
That
think so
probably
because
makes sense,
the current regulation is so vague. It's almost impossible to read through. It really binds us.
Okay.
So the purpose of that is to clarify. We were hoping that the planning commission will clarify it, so there's a little bit more direction for us to be able to say yay or nay with some more clarity. So,
okay, sounds good.
yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
That being
Might
said,
I was going to add something really quick.
yeah, please do.
With that language addition, once planning commission comes up with it, I would imagine it would be more restrictive because it would be more detailed instead of the vagueness that we deal with now.
Correct.
That's all.
Thank you. And I do see Lorraine. I see that your hand is up, and I'm hoping that we can get to some to finish up this business. Go ahead, Lorraine.
Yes, I hear you, Chair. Thank you. Just real quick, for clarification, did the applicant say that they felt like everything was in compliance, or that there was work to be done if this is to be continued? And then also, I think certainly the town attorney's opinion provides clarity on the slopes in terms of this being legal or not legal. So that may end up being a road that gets crossed in a lawsuit, I guess, if we continue forward when staff, not only our staff from Catherine and Kent, but also the police department and the fire department are saying no. So I hope I didn't hear that correctly, that if this does get continued, that the applicant said that there weren't changes really, or that he saw that it was okay, or I'm not sure what he said, but I just want to make sure that if it does continue, like it sounds like you might, that there is a lot of work to be done on this, on top of the master plan not even being handed in. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. That being said, I would take a motion for a 6-month continuance for this application.
Yeah, I'll make that motion that we continue this application for 6 months for the date certain of. Catherine, do
I can chime in. So if you're meeting once a month, it would be either July 2nd, which is that's less than 6 months, or August 6th.
Given that July 2nd is right before the holiday, I would say August 6th would make more sense to me.
Yeah, agreed. Yep. To a date certain of August 6th, 2026.
Thank you for the motion. We have a motion on the table. I have a second. Seconded by Nick. Motion made by Hubie. Any further discussion?
Yep, just a couple comments.
Please.
One is, I don't see that we're doing the applicant any favors by continuing this, because if they know the issues are still there, they can continue to work on them and resubmit them at a later date and time if and when a regulation is changed or confirmed. Their contention is that they don't need a waiver because they don't impact the regulation, or we can interpret the regulation. I don't feel we can at this point, given the legal review.
Mm-hmm.
If we continue, did not hear complete certainty that they would not be reviewed under today's regulations when they come back, even if the regulation changes. Whereas if they withdraw and then reapply, they would apply under the new regulations.
That's correct.
So I think from an administrative point of view, we're going to end up, if we continue this, we're going to end up with a 40-page, 50-page staff report. And it's going to be not clear, it's going to be messy. At this point, I don't see where there would be any advantage in clarity in continuing this.
Yep.
It's not disrespecting the work that's been done. That work doesn't disappear and evaporate. They know what needs to be done to complete the other components of this. They can still do that. So
I can appreciate that. From my perspective, the purpose, in my opinion, of a continuance is to provide the opportunity for them to continue to work on all of the items that are in here, understanding that the slope issue still remains an issue, and if under the same regulations, if they come back, even if the regulations are changed, but they bring this back on the continuance and continue to work with this, nothing has changed as far as our ability to waive any slope or have to deal with the slope piece, right? But this continuance allows them to continue to work on the project, and then during that 6-month period could potentially withdraw if they choose to do so, and then reapply under new regulations if they're more favorable to what or more clear into what they're trying to accomplish. It allows them that flexibility of doing so, as opposed to.
And I don't see that prevents them from doing that anyways.
Correct.
So anyways, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd just add that the applicant had indicated that they were prepared for some answers to some of the outstanding
Correct.
questions, okay? I think also, we all know that, we got this huge packet, of course, there's other applications here, but there's a lot of information that's been supplied. There's been some good input from the public. We've had some questions here tonight, and I think that's gonna give the applicant an opportunity to respond to some of those, okay, directly, because there are some that are very specific and would require answers, and I think we as a board would wanna see answers to some of those questions. So, again, that's my reason for wanting to continue.
I don't disagree with you, Dusty, about the idea of kicking the can down the road. My goal is to try to provide the applicant with an opportunity to.
We've been seeing this application for years now.
Yeah.
So
I have not, but yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Let's say the town has received this application in various forms for years, so it's not it's anyways.
Well,
we're
that's
good.
okay, we're mid-vote, so you have an opportunity to.
Yep.
So, any further discussion, Trevor or Sharon, while we have a motion on the table and it's been seconded?
No, I think I've given my thoughts.
Okay. That being said, all those in favor of a 6-month continuance of this application to a certain date of August 6th, 2026, say aye. Aye.
All right.
Those opposed?
Nay.
I have one or two nays.
We've got two. What's Trevor?
Trevor? Sharon?
Nay.
Nay?
Three nays.
3 nays. Motion carries 4-3 for.
Where'd you get 4?
You're right. 3-3. It's 3-3 because we don't have our 7th member tonight. And in a 3-3 deadlock, it does not pass.
I think that means the motion fails.
Motion fails. Correct.
So I would submit a motion to close the public hearing, and I would, if that passes, I would submit a second motion beyond that.
Okay. We have a motion to close the public hearing. Do I have a second?
Motion fails for lack of a second.
I'll second it.
Okay.
All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
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 Nays?
No.
No.
Trevor?
I said aye.
Okay, great, thanks. This motion does carry 3-2. No, 4-2. 4-2. Okay. You had another motion you'd wanted to
The
make?
motion at this point, because the applicant hasn't chosen to withdraw, I would move to deny.
Okay. We have a motion to deny the application.
Second.
Point of order.
Correct.
My understanding is that we can only make motions, according to our
Affirmative.
charter, we can only make motions to approve.
That's true. It
Well,
has
that's
to be in the
correct.
positive. That is correct.
Well, I've looked into that, some clarification of that for Robert's rules. My understanding is that it has to be a motion in the affirmative,
Right.
but the emotion could be to not approve.
Okay.
No, you have to vote to approve it, and then you have to vote no against it.
Correct.
It's ridiculous, but that's how it
Right,
is.
we would have to.
Okay. I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you. Do you want a new motion?
I really don't, but if that's the only way I can do this, I would move to approve the application as written.
I don't think it has to be that way. But.
Second.
Can I just jump in?
Please do.
You've closed the public hearing. You can choose to deliberate on this at a different time. You don't need to make a decision this evening.
Well, that's a good point.
You can move into private deliberation now. You could do that at a different time.
I would sort of like to make the decision. This application's been here so many times.
I was going to say, to what advantage at this stage?
If you just feel like you need to discuss things a little bit more,
I'm not.
That's all. I just wanted to encourage you not to feel like you have to rush into anything if you're not ready.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I think we're looking for a motion to approve.
I would move to approve the application as written.
Seconded.
Seconded. We have a motion made by Dusty, seconded by Sharon. All those in favor of this motion, say aye. Opposed?
Nay.
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 Trevor, I got you as
Nay.
nay. Thank you. Motion carries 6-0.
Thanks, Catherine.
Motion fails 6-0. Excuse me.
06.
06. So we have a decline, which means the next 30 days, correct? 30 days we have to send out the denial letter.
I think it's 45.
45. Yep. Okay. Thank you. Appreciate your time. Unfortunate. Looking forward to seeing. Looking forward to getting this resolved, so that the zoning is a little bit easier for us to understand and comprehend. Thank you. Okay.
Can we put the motion in an affirmative motion on
Yeah.
the docket for the 29th?
Yes,
I looked that up, okay?
Yep.
And it does not have to be that way. It does not.
We don't follow strict Robert's rules.
Okay, but
So-
but there is a way that you can make an affirmative motion without saying that you want to approve the motion.
Well, let's
Okay.
put that for the 29th to work that out.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Catherine, will you put that on the list?
I have to say that was weird because you didn't have a chance to even talk about a continuance. You just, obviously you weren't going to vote to approve, so.
Yeah.
Just weird how that took place.
Yeah,
Assuming that we wanted to switch from continuing to denial. We know you didn't want to approve, but just saying it's kind of odd.
Fair.
I agree with him. It was weird.
I absolutely agree with that.
Yep, I think that's fair. Okay. We're on to 6C. We have a site amendment and preliminary final minor subdivision from the Eli Family LLC is proposing a minor subdivision for footprint lots associated with a proposed duplex, an existing commercial building located at 45 River Road, located in the mixed-use development, or MXD district. Site plan amendment proposes construction of 18 by 55 foot addition to the existing River Road Beverage and Redemption Center in the rear of the building.
So the applicant and his engineer stepped out of the room.
Yep. So we will wait for the applicant and the engineer to come back, to be fair. We could do, anyone need a quick recess?
Not and go through the crowd.
We can move forward to hear from staff.
That doesn't allow them. Yeah.
So item 6C is a continuation, site plan amendment and preliminary final subdivision for the Eli Family LLC. This is for minor subdivision footprint lots associated with a proposed duplex, an existing commercial building located at 45 River Road in the MXD or mixed-use development district. Site plan amendment proposes to construct an 18-foot by 55-foot addition to the existing River Road Beverage and Redemption Center in the rear of the building. Staff, what say you?
Well, as I mentioned in the recommendations section, this project also impacts steep slopes that are over 20%. So this faces the same problem that the previous one faced that we just talked about. In addition to that, there were a number of other issues that I identified that looked like they still needed to be resolved. The main, the other largest one has to do with the circulation for the fire lane. The fire department, and to a lesser degree, the police department, but they're both in agreement that the design is not satisfactory for fire access. So it seems like that really needs to be addressed so that we're not approving something that doesn't comply with the fire department's requirements. There were a number of other items I've listed too. In addition to that, I'm not sure if it makes sense to go into the details of the other items at this point.
Can you quick hit them?
Sure. There's the issue of the lot coverage. The calculations would really need to be provided by the applicant so that staff and the board can determine if they've exceeded the lot coverage for the commercial portion of their lot. Previously, they had 68% lot coverage, and since that coverage has increased, since the driveway is wider going to the duplex, so it's some number greater than 68, and 70% is the maximum. So that would be very, very helpful to have that information. There's still the issue that was brought up previously of there are more, the zoning regulations indicate that not more than 2 dwellings or lots can be served by a single access point. There are 3 dwellings and 5 lots that would be served here. So since that's in the zoning, I've not had a chance to look yet whether that's something that a waiver would be able to be provided with for that particular issue. It seems like the loading zone area for delivery vehicles may not be feasible because of the location of it and how it conflicts with the emergency access around the building. Right now, where the deliveries would go, it would create a 90-degree corner for emergency vehicles to have to go around. So we'd need to make sure that the geometry for that works. The DRB needs to determine if the landscaping requirements have been adequately met. The applicant is looking for a site plan amendment in addition to subdivision. The site requirements would require landscaping, which isn't shown on the plans. They are proposing some additional exterior lighting, which is good. They've not shown the existing lighting on the site and how that, the level that that's providing. There is some existing lighting, I believe, on the site. It would be helpful for the DRB to have that information so you could see the whole context of the lighting, considering if there's residential units behind the building and people need to walk through the parking lot to get to the residential units. Is it adequately safe at night for people to walk past there? And then there were a few items that were mentioned by Public Works, including water service easement language that's required, water main ownership correction that's needed on the plans, a stormwater management plan that's needed for Public Works review, and a phosphorus removal calculations that are needed for Public Works review.
Questions for staff from the board? I'll start online. Trevor? None? Okay. Sharon.
Trevor, you were muted.
Yeah, I saw him shake his head no.
Okay.
Sharon.
One question. The 5 lots served by the single access. Sorry, there's a giant truck going by. I thought that the memo about the waiver said that no zoning regulation could be waived that where it wasn't already in the zoning regulations. Like I think the only thing was dimension and the 50-foot buffers. So I don't think that there can be a waiver process for the single access point to the 3 dwellings in the 5 lots.
I think you're probably correct about that.
So that was my question. Thanks.
Okay. Nick, questions for staff?
Yes, quick question about the chart on line 131. The minimum lot area and minimum lot area per single duplex dwelling. We have 20,000 square feet striked out and then inserted now 1/5 of an acre. I didn't have a chance to look at this regulation or this accordance of Act 47. Kent or Catherine, could you spell out a brief description of what that means?
For lots that are in the water and sewer core areas,
That's a good question.
that
Probably,
you can have 5 units per acre for that. So 1 unit per 1/5 of an acre is now the state's requirement that they've set. So it's allowing a higher level of development intensity than what we had previously.
Okay.
Current regulations have not yet caught up with us, but we are following the state mandate.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It is a little bit confusing. I'm looking forward to when we get the regulations updated because it is confusing this way.
I have another question if no one else does.
Okay,
Still working on it,
Actually,
right?
I knew Nick was still looking at it.
Right.
Okay, sorry about that.
It's all right. I see you and we'll get back to you.
Just a quick typo on line 462. Water allocation is 280 gallon per day times 590 per gallon plus 2,000. Probably should be 1,000.
I'm sorry, what line?
Line 462. So just if we move forward, let's catch that.
Okay. Can you say what the typo is on?
The addition of 2,000 should probably be 1,000.
Water, 280 gallons per day at
Right.
590 a gallon plus 2,000.
Nowhere else does it show 2,000. And the total is assumed to be 1,000.
Yep. In the blue?
Line 462.
462.
Yes.
Public Works comment.
Yeah. That number that says 2 plus 2,000 should say plus 1,000.
Correct.
Okay, I'll double check on that.
But because that's Public Works comment, I'm thinking that's something to catch if need be.
Okay.
Okay, and that
What's
was
wrong
my
with
only
2,000?
question, comment, Mr. Chair.
QB.
Yeah, I have on line 77, subdivision regulation, Article 2, subdivision procedures. States minor subdivisions require sketch plan, final, yada, yada, yada. By subdivision containing 3, 4, or 5 lots. So how is this a minor subdivision if it's not meeting this criteria?
Subdivision. I'm sorry. What is your question?
Okay, the regulation says minor subdivisions require sketch plan and final plan approval. And then it says a minor subdivision is defined as the subdivision containing 3, 4, or 5 lots, all of which are all of which front on an existing street and not requiring a new street or public. So how does it meet the criteria when all 5 of these lots are not fronting on the street?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, for this particular project, it's 4 lots, and then there's another 5th lot that uses an access point across this lot. Since this is a lot with then footprint lots within it, that's. I understand what you're saying about the frontage question. I'm not sure on that particular question on how we deal with multiple how we deal with 4. It's 4 lots. Is that still called a minor subdivision? I believe so, but I'd be happy to look into that.
I mean, to me, it clearly says they're supposed to front on an existing street. And
it does say all of which
you know,
front on an existing street.
Yeah.
When really, in actuality, only one of the 4 lots that we're talking about fronts on the street.
Right. That's the question.
Yep, that's a good question. Yeah.
Also, on the chart, on line 131, the chart kind of follows along the same line where it says minimum lot frontage with off-site water and sewer is supposed to be 100 feet, but here with the proposed, it's not applicable. Well, why is it not applicable?
So for this particular lot, they have a residential component and a non-residential component. So the way that I was looking at the lot is the rear of it being the residential component that would be 2/5 of an acre, and then the commercial component that fronts onto the main road. So this area in the rear that's the residential portion doesn't have any direct road frontage, which is why I put not applicable. The overall frontage for the commercial part of the lot is about 218 feet.
Okay, so you're in essence saying that the dimensional requirements for the residential portion doesn't apply for the 100-foot frontage.
Right, and those are both footprint lots for the residential units, so they wouldn't, I mean, they would both be very narrow. Anyways. But that's why, that was the rationale for why I filled in the chart the way that it's showing.
And yeah, as later, the similar, your comments regarding the calculation for the lot coverage and the acreage and so on, that's for the applicant. I'll have the same kinds of questions. Excuse me. Yeah, we also have the waiver question hovering over us here too. And yeah, we'll have more questions for the applicant.
Dusty?
Kent, is it of your determination that there's a greater than 20% slope on this application as it sits in front of us?
Yes, there is.
Okay. That's it.
Sharon, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I now also have a question about the regulation, which front on an existing street. It seems like it's clear. I did have a question. There was something in, I'm sorry, I can't find the page. There was something in here about the applicant having to acquire an easement for to accomplish the fire access, I think.
Yeah, it's for the water line.
Oh, water line, thank you.
Hmm.
That's all I have, thanks.
Okay. No further questions for staff. Applicants, say hello, tell us who you are.
Brian Courier, O'Leary Burke Civil Associates.
Ray Ely, applicant.
Okay.
So I guess I just, some of the conversation that was happening, I believe we were deemed a minor because the new lots that are created are footprint lots. generally footprint lots don't follow conventional zoning standards. They're in place for organization of condominium documents or bank financing. The town of Essex doesn't generally view, or they do not view, footprint lots as typical lots. Meaning, the reason Kent has NA is you can't have frontage on a footprint lot. The coverage on a footprint lot, is through the roof. So footprint lots have their own little, the town acknowledges it, they're in your regulations, but the intent has always been not to count them as traditionally zoned lots. So I would say Hubie's comment about do they have front on the street? Well, no footprint lots ever front on the street. That's the only reason this is a subdivision application. Otherwise, we'd just be a site plan. All right, so that's the rationale behind the minor. And then it is also, the frontage question. And then Sharon talked about an easement. So we are tapping a town of Essex water main that's just off our property. So we've discussed with Gardner, is the adjacent landowner, and he's willing to issue us the easement, but typically you don't pay and execute easements until you gain approval. All right, so we're Public Works has something in there about us obtaining that easement prior to construction, and we're obviously okay with that. But so we were in front of you folks probably 6 months ago, roughly. We had some conversations about access. The police was just echoing the fire department, but if you remember, the comments that were submitted at the time seemed to be out of date. They were talking about the access being on the western side of the site, where in fact we had moved it to the eastern side of the site, and I believe the police chief even said that they didn't want it on the western side, but they approved it on the eastern side, and we had it on the eastern side. So I know the fire chief, he has had some comments about emergency access. My understanding is that you need 20 feet around the building. We did turning movements, but we've asked the fire chief for specifics of what his requirements are, and he has not granted us that right to know what the requirements are, what something is approvable. And I believe there was discussion about that was something that was determined at sketch, where, if you remember right, we had 6 units, not 2, we had 6. Also on the eastern side, how come he's okay with 6, but he's not okay with 2? Generally, the existing conditions around the building haven't changed. There's 20 feet all the way around. We made sure that was the case. We did provide the loading zone that was requested of us last time. There were comments about the circulation, and I think what's being missed here is the pavement and gravel on that side of the lot. If you remember right, we pulled up something on the screen, and Mr. Brusso noted that there's a truck parked there. Said, okay, well that looks like it's the loading zone. So we put it on the plan. It is where folks unload. There's 37 feet and 42 feet to the east of that area. So there's a pavement edge, and then there's additional gravel past there. You also talked to us about lighting. You thought behind the store it wouldn't be a bad idea to provide some extra lighting for generally security purposes. We talked about how there's nonconformities on this site. It goes back to being part of a farm, and then it was approved for the beverage back in the 80s. So
82, I think.
So of course there's nonconformities to what it would have been if it was constructed today. But we talked about how my feeling was nonconformities in general practice should be nonconformities should be treated in the manner of what's being proposed, and they should be to scale. So obviously we're proposing not really to even impact any of the commercial area, just build a residential unit up front or towards the back rather, and not impact anything associated with the commercial except for putting a small addition where there's some outdoor storage that's there now. So we thought as that was a pretty minor change, the nonconformity should be corrected, in kind, and so we are proposing a pole-mounted light in the back of the parking lot and 2 building-mounted lights on the addition of the building. We felt that satisfied your concern about lighting in the back of the property. and also brought the property more into conformance than it is today. But relighting the entirety of the parking lot, I don't feel is in scale with what's being proposed. The reason I don't show lighting levels of existing fixtures on site is they're old halogen lights. I can't do that accuracy. There's not, or accurately, there's not CAD files associated with them to model those accurately. So I'm just showing the lumen levels of, or the foot candles associated with the lights that are being proposed. DPW, we don't have any concerns regarding their comments. Everything, or the majority of them were addressed. You also tasked us with last time getting them satisfied. We believe we've done that. They have a few things that they're okay seeing with a, prior to construction. But other than that, we don't believe DPW has any significant issues with the project. So I believe we were tasked with those things last time we were here. Now, there was some talk about slopes in the back. As I said previously, and I believe, I don't mean to put you on the hot seat, Mr. Brusso, but I believe in the last hearing it was stated that we shouldn't even be required to have a waiver here. The scale of what was being impacted was close to minimal. I submitted I submitted in our cover letter photos of junk piles that we found, generally where the building's sited in the back. As you can see, the bump out of the parcel, there's kind of a rectangular area where the duplex is proposed. That used to be part of the village water system. I also submitted an old photo showing, how there used to be an access road going up to that point. Now, I spoke with one of the village public works folks today. They don't know, the guy's been there for 37 years. They don't know what aspect of the village water system used to take place there. It's right adjacent to the town's transmission main, right next to it. I'm not going to venture a guess of what it was, but given the junk bricks, metal that we found, and I believe I put a circle generally where those photos were taken, but they're right underneath where the duplex is being proposed. So I would ask or request the DRB to consider that. In our opinion, these are man-made slopes associated with whatever infrastructure used to be there with that big chunk out on the northwest corner of Ray's property. It's generally where the building is being sited. The scale of slope impact here is very, very minor. And I would again urge you to use your discretion as to and how past board members in the previous meeting felt that this project did not require a waiver for the reasons that I spoke about in the prior application, but the principle here is the same. It's obviously tremendously, or quite a bit less scale. I think we're only impacting maybe a tenth and a half of an acre. You're talking square feet of 20% slopes here. And we believe the vast majority of them, or at least where the building is sited, is man-made. It's certainly man-made off the end of the parking lot too. It was leveled in that location. So we believe what we were tasked to do at our last hearing, and we'd like to hear the board's opinion on where you're at with this application.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Board members, questions for the applicants? We'll start online. Trevor. Oh, you're on mute, Trevor.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't have any questions.
Okay, thank you. Sharon.
One question to Brian. Do you think that man-made slopes are more stable than natural slopes?
If it's a junk pile, yes. if you look at the pictures that we submitted, there's certainly bricks, metal, those sorts of things. I believe once that building is constructed, where you're seeing the red now is going to be a building foundation and a driveway. So they'll certainly be more stable. But yes, I would say a man-made slope in this regard, as it's buried junk, I do believe that to be the case.
Thank you.
Nick?
Brian, what's your understanding of where the fire chief prefers the access to the main lot? Is it the east or west side?
I'm certain it's the east. I'm
Okay.
certain it's the east.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank you.
Yes, we're amendable to either. We started that sketch. We reached out to him before we even applied that sketch. He didn't want it on the west side because you had to go over the underground storage fuel tank that's there. So at that point in time, we moved it to the east side, and there were 6 units off the driveway there, going all the way up to the top. And this is that sketch. And that satisfied his comments, as the police chief's comments, reiterate in here, which are the same ones that were in our previous staff report. They were good when it got moved to the east.
Glowing.
Thankful it got moved to the east.
Yeah, it was a good letter.
Yep. And then we've tried to understand what we can do or changes that we can make. And we've reached out to him. We're told not to reach out to him, tried to have a site visit. We're told we can't have a site visit, and then it's been lights out since. I know Kent says that he may not be happy with it still. The comments that are in your staff report are the ones that were submitted previously, so I imagine new comments haven't been submitted. I don't know if this was a phone conversation or what happened, but the comments that are in the staff report that I read before I came in today, still state that they think the access is on the west side of the site.
Good, Nick?
Yes.
Hubie?
Yeah, I have several questions. So one of the comments is about the calculations for the allocation of acreage for each dwelling unit.
Mm-hmm.
So how do you arrive at that? Does it meet the 0.4 acres per dwelling unit?
0.4 acres. What do you mean? It's the parcel. So, as Kent acknowledged, it's under the Homes Act, which the parcel is about 1.4 acres. So your density of that parcel is multiplied by 5 because of the Homes Act. So the density, the allowed density out here is 7, 8 units. We're proposing 2. Was that your question, Huey?
Well,
Were you
okay,
talking
it's on line 134 where it says the site is 1.39 acres, as you said.
Yeah.
And then it says at least 0.4 acres needs to be allocated to the residential use.
Okay.
So
could you be more specific?
Well,
to
so
that?
you
I mean,
can-
it's a mixed-use property, so
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess how do we answer that question? So can you equivocally say that 0.4 acres is allocated for the residential use?
I believe so. I think this may tie into Kent's question about coverage, which, if I remember right, Kent, it's in the mixed-use zone, how coverage is determined. There isn't allowed coverage in the mixed-use zone. So absent of a specific coverage in mixed use, you said, okay, the residential portion needs to meet the residential coverage, the commercial portion needs to meet the commercial coverage. There's really no precedent or way to do this, so we're using our best judgment here. But basically what I did was I drew a line in the back of the adjacent property, that's a commercial property, to the west, right? And I basically drew a line across the back of the parking lot. And if you zoom in there, I think my line at some point got removed, but I still have the labels there. It shows where I went.
Yeah,
North of that was what I was considering residential, and south of that is what I was considering.
There had been a line right.
Yeah,
there had been a line right.
I think the line got lost somewhere, but the labels are still there. So you see that just above his cursor, it says R2 coverage north, and the RB coverage south. It's a mixed-use parcel. It's a little strange. There's no coverage requirement in mixed use. Kent was, using his best judgment on how he felt this should move forward, and that's how I used my judgment to say where I thought the line should be, and I believe the northern part's bigger than 4/10 of an acre. But it's mixed use, so mixed use, I don't believe. I mean, that was a coverage conundrum, but density is still towards the entirety of the parcel. So we're looking at 6-7 acres or 6-7 units density here, either way.
Okay, so given the R2 line there, whatever, and so on, so it clearly looks like there's more than 0.4 acres per unit. So it answers that question. It's kind of like and then the coverage, that's addressed. All right. On line 168, 168, 1 through 172, the regulation says, again, here we got the word waiver in there, which we're not sure if there is provision within the regulation that we can waive the requirement for the driveways.
Yep. And I apologize. I wrote that down to talk about in my beginning there, and I glossed over it. So we did have that. So staff is showing a waiver because staff in the previous application was of the opinion there are 3 units off the driveway. At our last meeting, we discussed that there's 3 units being accessed off of a commercial lot. There's a commercial parking lot. It's not an individual driveway to 3 residential units. Right? And the majority of the board was supportive of accessing off of the commercial lot being a different scenario than specifically 3 units off of a driveway. There's 1 unit off of the commercial driveway, and always has been, that has frontage on River Road, and these would be 2 units located off a different portion of the driveway in the rear. Now it's mixed use, right? So these sorts of things can happen. So in our view, we didn't ask for a waiver here. Staff recommending a waiver is a step further. But at our previous hearing, this was discussed, and we felt it was determined that this is an access off of a commercial lot.
Okay.
Can I mention?
Yeah,
something
sure.
before you do that? So this, I tried to look back a little bit to see if I could get more information about what this meant and why it was written right of way parentheses driveway. And I went back and looked through previous regulations, and if you go back to the 1999, well, actually back to 95, the regulation's written slightly differently. It's written in the same way, except it doesn't have driveway in parentheses. I think at some point driveway was added in some way to try to clarify this. But what it seems to me that the intention is that you should not have more than 2 dwelling units or 2 lots that are going across private property to get to the main road, is the way that I'm reading this. So if
it's more like
you could have one lot, you could have one lot behind another lot using a right-of-way to get to a main road. But you don't want to have more than 2 lots using that private right-of-way to get to the road. So that made a little bit more sense for me after I took out driveway, because right, in this particular case, there's a curb cut area and then there's a parking lot. The parking lot is somewhat different, I guess, than a driveway because it's circular instead of linear. But that's the way that I'm looking at this. So in this particular case of this application, there would be the 2 footprint lots of the duplex plus the adjacent property owner's lots plus the lot of the commercial building, which was going to be on its own footprint, that are going through a private piece of property to get to the main road. So looking at it in that way, it exceeds what's in the zoning requirements. And at this point in the zoning requirements, there's not a provision for a waiver as I'm looking at it, in here. It's possible that my interpretation is wrong, but that's the rationale that I had for how I was writing up my report.
So could I say it another way, is that it's reasonable to assume that each one of these dwelling units has a reasonable access to the public way, albeit in this case through another parking lot.
There'd be 3 dwelling units plus a commercial building driving through a piece of private property to get to the public road.
So that would beg one more question, would be that would the 2 dwelling units require within their deed a right-of-way access through that commercial lot? Is that kind of?
Well, currently they'll be owned by the same people, so no.
Oh, okay, they will not. Oh, so they won't necessarily be sold if one of these units were sold.
It could be. I mean, it would be done in the form of an easement.
Okay, so that okay.
Right-of-ways are typically indicative of roads.
Right, wrong term. Right, you're right. Easement. Right. So that's the question. Would there be plans for an easement for each one of these units through that parking lot?
There would be an easement, sure.
Yeah.
But it's strictly set. I mean, it says driveway.
Yeah.
And it says right-of-way. Right-of-ways are typically for roads, and it's certainly not a driveway. If it was a driveway, we wouldn't be talking to the fire chief about it. Right?
Maybe we're talking about the same thing, but if I bought unit 1, would I have a right, clearly in writing, to drive through that parking lot to access the road, the highway?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not arguing that.
Yeah, okay.
We're arguing this is a mixed-use district.
Yeah.
We're not talking about rural Old Stage Road or something like that, where driveways are very clear. This is in a different part of town, where the town has, in the state, has really pushed infill-style housing with municipal services, public access, and very minimal natural resources. These sorts of things will happen more into the future.
Okay, just a couple more. I know there was a discussion about the need or not need for water permit from the state and so on, but the question is, where does the water go? And it sounds like the town Public Works had some questions about that.
Yeah, so they want to see a stormwater management plan. My proposal would be to put a dry well at the base of the proposed driveway. So that would capture runoff from the driveway and the duplex, and it would put it in the ground. The toe of the slope here is mapped Adams-Windsor, highly infiltrative sands. Generally in these commercially developed areas, the groundwater tables are very low. So I think this is prime for a dry well in that location. So to clarify what you're saying, the state stormwater rules do not take jurisdiction of the area. So they see it as a de minimis amount of impervious to be added for a lot in this nature. The town's regs are more strict than the state, so we'll follow Public Works' request for a stormwater management plan. That's how I plan to address that comment. And then there's another piece of it where we don't qualify for a construction general permit Okay, that's a erosion control permit issued by the state of Vermont. We're a low-risk site based on their scoring system. That takes into account soil type, takes into account distance from waterways, takes into account the amount of impervious that's being disturbed, and the slope of the property. Takes into account all those things. And the erosion control procedures we're willing to do. We're a low-risk project. There's 3 levels. That's the lowest one. To qualify for that permit, you have to disturb an acre of land. We're well under that, but given the conversations we've had previously about the slope in the area, we're willing to get that permit voluntarily for erosion control to satisfy the intent of any slope standards you may feel would warrant something like that.
Okay, so that's something that needs to be, the plan would need to be developed and then added to the.
No, the erosion control plan's here. We would just have to file for the actual permit. We've actually already filed.
What I'm saying as far as the stormwater.
Oh, yeah, sorry, the dry well, yes.
Your dry well and.
Yep.
And et cetera.
Yep.
That's something that you still would need to work out with the Public Works or whatever.
Yep, and they've noted that, you know, their comments can be addressed at the, I believe, we're at final, so it would be prior to building permit issuance or, you know, before we got going. And we would certainly provide them with a plan that's satisfactory to them. As it's going to be a town standard, it is solely up to them.
Okay, and also because they're wanting to measure phosphorus and so on, that would all be a part of that.
Yeah, so you do that with something called the simple method, and it is so named appropriately. It's a very simple calculation. It's not anything exciting.
So it's something you easily satisfy the Public Works requirements for that. There are the comments about.
That's correct.
Yeah. And also on line 517, I always find this interesting. The Conservation Trail Committee, they're saying we recommend a survey of endangered species be under it. So it's the conundrum here is that the state won't list areas where there are endangered species because they don't want people to know where they are, so they'll be disturbed. But in order, so how do you find that out, and how did they find it out, and what do
There's
that?
a mapping tool. It basically shows very large radiuses of where something may or may not be. But I don't believe, and this is plants we're talking about, blades of grass.
Right.
I don't believe there's anything in the town regulations that would require what's called an RTE study, and for those areas to be protected, those would be an Act 50 consideration.
Okay, so that you don't. There's not a state requirement that would supersede.
Not if you're not bound by Act 50, no.
Yeah. Okay, those are my questions.
Dusty.
Forgot who I was. So this is actually, this is for both you and Kent. Line 228, Kent. We're talking about the topography and the staff finds that there's minimal impact, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going back to what I did say in the last review, that I didn't feel it needed a waiver because I didn't feel it met slope impact, et cetera, et cetera. What's changed is that we have a legal finding that doesn't give us really room to interpret. So I'm curious, we have above the staff finds that this level of impact is minimal, reasonable, and appropriate for the design, changes to the site's topography and vegetation, et cetera. Is there any way that we can link that to ameliorate or mitigate the comments about the few 20%, which you're saying many of them are junk piles that have been covered?
Mm-hmm.
If you were to clean the site, would those slopes go away?
I believe so.
That's what I'm trying to get to. Is it really, we're looking at it, and I remember this conversation last time, was it a real slope, or is it debris that's had leaves and grass grown over it? So I'm looking there, because it sounds like there's minimal intrusion on the topography, and that was the review, is minimal and insignificant. but we also have this discussion of 20%. And then when you look at the site plan, the areas in red, I think, is what's supposed to be impacted.
Just so we're clear, that rise there is only about 4 feet.
Yeah.
It's a hump, right? And a town attorney's view, again, it was that you can't apply a waiver to this. The discussion before was not whether or not we needed a.
It was whether or not it was really a slope. It's really a 20% slope and so forth, and that's where I guess I'm stuck on. The rest of this, I feel it's all adjustable or capturable.
I think that there's a lot of things that feel like they seem reasonable, but then there's the regulations that are in front of us. It's hard to go against something that's the actual regulation, even if something seems reasonable.
Especially when we have a memo.
Right, especially when you have a memo. I think that the difference in this particular spot, talking about the slopes, like talking about the topography and the steep slopes, those are two different things that are being looked at in different ways, and the topography talks about something that is not really based on any kind of numbers, but more of that seems very subjective for the topography part. The steep slopes part, I think that an argument could be made if the steep slopes are eliminated, not just pushed to a different spot or not just impacted, but they're eliminated. It seems like that isn't really addressed in the steep slopes. The concern of the steep slope regulations is the impact of the steep slopes is going to have some kind of runoff effect, or it's going to have this effect from doing that. In this particular case, even though they're building on the steep slopes aren't really going away. It seems like they're being pushed to just a different location, that now they're man-made slopes in different spots so that they can flatten one spot and move the slopes to a different spot. To me, I don't have enough information in the regulation to be able to really know what to do with that, besides they're impacting these steep slopes that they're showing here. So this is the kind of situation that I'm really hoping the new regulations will clarify on how are you supposed to manage something like this that feels really like not that big of a deal. I'm trying to look very specifically at just what the regulations are for this, so it's that makes this a really challenging spot here.
I absolutely agree.
I mean, can I say, absent of direction, what do you always go to? Precedent, right? You're always worried about.
Trevor, sorry, I'm not trying to get you off.
Okay, no, sorry.
Go ahead, Trevor.
Sure, I would just make the comment that, okay, there's the natural undisturbed ground, and that then if there's debris, or I went out there last summer and I saw that there was a place that was 20%, and it was a pile of logs. So, and of course that is all going to be disposed of, right, if you're going to do construction. Mm-hmm. So it shows up on the plan as a steep slope. It would seem to me something that is not the natural ground, that doesn't count as a steep slope. That those are just some logs that were felled and you could drag those away or something, right? But you haven't disturbed the slope itself, the natural slope itself. I don't know. I mean, if that makes sense or not.
Well, I'd like to, I think there is certainly concurrence that the methodology for measuring slopes stinks, okay? We are having a plan here that is attempting to show the slopes. The applicant has chosen to use LiDAR as the primary element for describing slopes. What's to say that is, you know, the Class A measurement for doing this? We don't know that, all right? So you could make and I'm not arguing for the applicant, I'm just, you see, you can make an argument that information we have up there isn't necessarily accurate, okay? Because of some of the criteria we've talked about. What is a 20% slope? Well, we don't know what it is, so therefore, to add on to what Kent was saying is, again, I'm going to read what it says. It says, development shall be prohibited on slopes of 20% and steeper. Let's not forget the second part of it. Due to the likelihood of environmental damage. So shouldn't that not be a consideration to say, all right, we might be doing some development here, but is it going to contribute to likelihood of environmental damage? So what's the overall impact? As I'd mentioned before, you know, we impact anything we do, we impact it. So the question is, are we adversely impacting it, and are we unduly adversely impacting it? And I think that's where we have to decide, you know, what are we doing here? What's the plan? Is it an adverse, undue impact on that area that could contribute to the likelihood of environmental damage? That's one of the reasons I asked the question about where's the water going to go. Okay, they've kind of answered that. All right, because that is part of the consideration. So, anyway, that's my view of this. Is we're trying to make decisions on information. The guidance stinks. The information is not necessarily reliable because it might be logs or piles of.
I can I speak for a second on that? Those mounds that are back there, I think you folks have the pictures of what they are. They're concrete blocks. They're sections of pavement. They're metal. And one of them is just dirt. I sent a picture with, you all know what a tree that's been backfilled against looks like. The tree's like this and the slope is like this, and the tree's dead because that's what it does to trees that are backfilled like that. They die. And that tree in the picture is dead. So that is all backfill from something that was on that property. I don't know when.
Yeah, as part of the village water system, it looks like demoed building.
Might have been a pump station or something.
Yeah. I tried to figure out what it was, and I couldn't get an answer. But as you can imagine, people don't generally carve off lots in that orientation. So if you look at our plat, there's references to the village water system owning that chunk there. And we also submitted an old photograph back when it was a farm, and there's clearly 2 tread marks going to that spot.
Yeah.
So that's the evidence we have that it's a man-made site. I'd also argue that the town attorney has said you shouldn't issue waivers for impact to steep slopes. There's nothing in that memo that talks that you've been incorrectly not requiring waivers for man-made slope impacts.
So, may I? Please. So if we're talking about, and this is what I was trying to get to, like if you went out there took the man-made material away, bricks, logs aren't man-made, but the piles are man-made.
Right.
If those were gone, would there be a 20% slope in the area that we're developing? So how do we capture that? And this is a question for everybody at this point, staff and applicant. If that's the case, then we're back to where I was last time around, which is I didn't think it needed a waiver. The only clarity we had, it didn't need a waiver because it didn't apply.
I guess stop using that word.
Right. Well, now we're at the point that says you can't. We have emphasis that 20% is an absolute. So if this isn't the ground and if this isn't the earth that we're talking about, how do we codify that? How do we capture that and include that in the report such that this space, because right there it doesn't show it. Right there it just shows, it just shows that it's a slope. So do we get another map that's done in a different manner? As a question, I'm just trying to.
I think you could say something to the effect that in your findings of why this spot is acceptable. You know, it could be manner of construction, it could be man-made materials, creating an artificial 20% slope, if that works, or something along those lines.
Yeah, and each
Well,
side of it is clearly not 20% slope on each side of the piles of what we're talking about aren't 20%, so it would be kind of logical that underneath it obviously wouldn't be either, if that was your question, sir.
So I think in my mind, you know, debris piles, I would be excluding debris piles from slope calculation. Just because it's not the land, it's not the ground. It's if it truly is a debris pile, and I think we need to codify that differently, or at least capture it specifically. And I don't know if that's going out there and digging some holes or scraping some stuff off to get confirmation of what the materials are. But to me, again, if it's a man-made pile of debris, that's not a slope.
Yep.
But we really don't know what it is. We're just taking the word of
Well, I think we would need, you're right,
I'm not
Sharon.
saying anybody's making it up, but yeah,
Well,
I mean,
you conducted a site visit.
Yeah, we
we
did.
did provide
and we also
photos of the.
don't want to make up our regs because we
Correct.
have what the regs say, and it is vague and it doesn't specify man-made, and you know, and there's a difference between logs and a foundation that has been there for 100 years. You know, that becomes part of the earth. So I think right now we have to consider that it is a 20% slope and it's being disturbed, and that's what our regulations say.
I mean, I'd argue then a stockpile in the DPW yard can't be touched because your regulations say 20% slopes.
This is a little different. It's buried under the earth, and you even said that you don't know what is really there. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but it just...
No, we provided photos and we did a site visit. So it's not just taking.
And
a word
I
for
didn't
it.
really see evidence of exactly what that was.
Did those photos make it into the packet that you
Yeah.
folks saw?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
okay. That's all I wondered. Because it clearly shows concrete blocks, pavement, and metal.
But I'm not sure that's all that's there.
I agree.
I mean, we
So were you
did.
suggest- go ahead.
I mean, we did do a site visit, but it didn't seem to me that that extra material was what was causing the hillside to happen. I mean, if you look at the topography on the lines here, you get a sense of the underlying earth that's there. If something is creating the slope going up the hill, I'm sure that there are down trees and there are pieces of debris on the ground. But overall, you know, there is a hill here that's happening that you can see with the topographic lines.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd like to go back to this notion, okay, that we have taken this picture here that's describing the 20% slopes, okay, because apparently that's all we have. Now, we've got another application coming up here where there's been kind of an interesting methodology of creating an access for the lot and taking, and I'm not suggesting that that is a better way or a good way of measuring 20% slopes, but it is a different technique. In that I think we're just hung up on that all of this red blotchiness suggests that there's a lot of 20% slopes here, and that may not be true, depending on how you measure it. Okay? This is how it's been presented as being measured. There may be other ways of measuring it that, for example, if you go from the back of the lot to the front of the lot and measure the drop and then calculate a percentage, and you go across left to right and you do a similar thing and you do some mathematical algorithm, okay, to calculate what the overall, you know, I don't know how you do it, but you may come up with a different methodology of illustrating where the 20% slopes are. What we have here is one way, and do we have to accept that this is the only way that's describing 20% slopes? So I think the testimony is suggesting that, yeah, this is starting point, but there needs to be some other definition that goes with it. Some of this may be piles of stuff. Some of it may be down tree trunks. Some of it may be very short 20% slopes. Does that qualify? So I think we have to take this illustration in context of what it is. That is not a super comprehensive illustration of where the 20% slopes are.
To me, I look at this plan and I see that there is definitely what seems to be like a spine of a 20% slope, but the vast majority of that is flattened, if you will, with the project, both through the driveway or the access to the residence, and then the residence itself right on top of it. On either side of that, there is not the danger of slope on either side, which is where the erosion piece really comes into play, other than the fact that you talked about having the water taken care of as it comes down the road. So the question comes up as staff acknowledge that there's minimal amount of disturbance to the overall topography there. The question is whether or not I would normally think that this would not necessarily be an area where a waiver would be required for this. However, our regulation is so loose, and we have that new mandate now. I'm kind of stuck as to what to do with that.
And I'll go back to, again, like, when there's questions, I mean, boards are very careful about setting precedent, right?
Yep.
Why do they care about precedent? Same as case law. You know, it's not always what exactly things say, it's how it's been interpreted. Case law is exactly that instance. Boards are always incredibly careful, and you folks are, about creating precedent. Why are you worried about creating precedent? Because that's how it should be implemented moving forward. You have numerous times already approved applications, and the town's attorney's opinion doesn't say those were wrongfully approved. It's strictly talking about waivers. The question wasn't even about this specific regulation. Staff is applying that comment or the letter to this portion of the application, but it wasn't about steep slopes, right? It was about all sorts of waivers. This is just how it's being applied tonight. And nowhere in there is he saying that you should not, through your judgment and past precedents, proceedings, approvals, restrict impact to man-made slopes. I think we've talked at length that there's no requirements on design slopes that I can design.
So if we had another map in addition to this that called out those areas that were debris piles, overlaid it on this, and let's see and again, is a debris pile something we should be including? I'm leaning towards not, because a debris pile is a debris pile, and if it's going to be, it would have to be removed, whether it's 20% or 15% or 0%. It's a debris pile. If we can prove that, you can prove that with evidence, not we. But if you can prove that, such that this is actually this area, which LiDAR shows as your name again was, as Hubie said, if LiDAR shows that this, and it's going to show every hump, every projection up, is it the best method to use on this? I'd like to see what that looks like when the debris piles are delineated.
Yeah,
as best as possible. I mean,
there's 6 inches of snow on the ground.
Yeah.
What I mean is I feel there's another piece of information that we need.
Right, and I'm saying, it's January. We provided photos. You folks conducted a site visit. We provided photos from from the 40s?
67.
Showing the access path to this spot. There's plat references. It was part of the village water system. I mean, geez, given that this is, if it's 47, we're talking 80 years old.
67.
67.
67.
I
careful
think
with
that's
that.
pretty good.
Yeah.
Man, I'd love it if they had Google Earth back then or imagery available, but they just don't.
Again, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place, I guess. That we have a map, it's there, it's 20%. 20% is an absolute today. So how do we not have that be considered part of the slope? We have to have another delineation. In my mind, we need a delineation that shows this is the man-made section. This is call it the debris pile, call it the remains of this. If we only have that to go on, and I understand we've got pictures and so forth, but when everything comes down to it, it's going to be the map that is part of the record. So I'm fishing. But
I mean, these will be in the record. Your findings will be in the record. It'll be more than just that.
But it doesn't show on there. I mean, that's a picture, and I frankly haven't seen those pictures. But they aren't a reference point on there. So give these pictures an indication, a key number, and reference it. Put the key numbers on the map.
In my cover letter, I did circle where they were.
As Mr. Brusso is reviewing some of those documents, I just want to make sure that we're mindful of the fact of a couple of things. First, Sharon, I do see your hand, so I'll get to you in just a second.
So I'm fine.
And okay. And Lorraine and
I want to
Patty, I want to
comment.
make sure we understand that we still haven't even opened to a public hearing as of yet. Or we haven't opened up the public speaking portion yet. So I do see both of you there, and I do anticipate to get to you here shortly. But I also want to be mindful that it's 9:30. Well, this clock says 9:33, so it's probably 9:28. But and Sharon, did you want to say something while Dusty's looking?
Yeah, I just wanted to, because it keeps getting brought up, precedent. Waivers don't establish precedent because they're exceptions to the rule. It's sort of like
I'm sorry, say that again. I missed it. I got
waivers do not establish precedent. Precedents are exceptions to our rules. It'd be sort of like Brian getting a CT scan for his heart and then basing my operation on his CT scan. But and also past decisions don't really set precedent either because things change. We learn new things, like we shouldn't have been granting some waivers. Our regulations change. State regulations change. So it really doesn't matter what we decided before because each situation is individual, which is why in some instances we did grant waivers, I guess, because of individual situations. So keeping referring to something we said or did in the past really, unfortunately, does not set precedent. It is not like case law.
But
case law changes too.
I'm not saying waivers were issued because they were man-made slopes. I'm saying...
No, I get it, but I'm just talking about precedent,
Right, but the precedent is not that you issued waivers for impacts to man-made slope. The precedent was they were not treated as jurisdictional 20% slopes.
And I'm saying the same thing about that, is past decisions don't really set precedent for development review boards and planning commissions, and not the same as case law.
I mean, I think by definition, that's what precedent is. So.
I know what precedent is, and it's not set because things change.
But the regs haven't changed.
Okay.
So let's not keep circling the drain.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm down the drain. Thanks.
Okay. Do you need another minute?
No, I'm actually, if this information was included from the beginning, or if it was included in our packet map, I wouldn't have had the same questions. And this looks, I'm seeing debris. I'm seeing concrete blocks. I'm seeing boards. I'm seeing, to me, it's a debris pile. And I think it's fine to call it a debris pile. And it's right in the middle of the two footprint lots.
But it's not part of our packet.
I didn't see it and such. So I went through, I didn't see the pictures and I didn't see this.
That's
This-
our cover letter to Public Works.
Yeah, but I'm just saying as far as, that's
Oh.
a key piece of information for me, is this. You guys,
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly, but not all of us,
Right.
not all of us on the board.
I
are
don't
able
know
to
what
do
makes
that,
the
so-
bar of get into your packet.
I'm just, but I guess in long and short, once we get through some public comment, I would be amenable to a continuance on this one so that that information could be refined, or that position, if the applicant chose to take it, could be then represented in the report with staff. Or that point could be taken up with staff to present that as a debris pile. It doesn't address the other items, but to me, that is the one item that is a,
The largest.
well, it's not something we can engineer out. I mean, other than the fact that acknowledging that it's debris.
In the interest of time and fairness, I would take a motion to open a public hearing at this point.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Nick, seconded by Dusty. All those in favor of opening the public hearing,
Did
say
you
aye.
see them?
Aye.
No.
Okay.
Aye.
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 Trevor, I think I got you as well, correct? Trevor?
Did we lose Trevor?
We might have lost Trevor. Okay. In that case, with the public to be heard section now open, I see two people online, and then I'll come back to the room. I believe, Patty, you had your hand up first, if I'm not mistaken.
I just wanted to say, after listening to all this, I used to live in Colchester my whole life, and I was really involved in various things in Colchester, and I just know through the grapevine and just new people on the commission and stuff that we have an issue. In Colchester, years ago, there was a dump. Everybody in Winooski threw their stuff down the river, Colchester on the riverside, where the Winooski River, because I have 5 uncles that you would hunt down there. There'd be debris and everything, washer, dryers, logs, everything you're mentioning, bricks. And I want to tell you, those homes all along that riverside, even though they're 110 feet up, in the 10 years that I've gone to this neighborhood and known people, I've seen their yard regress because of it's sandy soil, so you have to look at the soil type, and you have to look at, debris you have all these holes inside the soil that make everything just compress. So in order to really get a good calculation of what you have to get rid of all the debris. So the town of Colchester literally had to tell Winooski, stop dumping all your crap into Colchester, because it used to be a dump right there for years back in the 50s. And I don't know if you guys know, but when you go to Burlington, Riverside Avenue, that restaurant right along Riverside Avenue, when you're going across the bridge there into Winooski, and you go Riverside, a home already fell into the river, and the erosion just from years of debris and junk. It definitely just plain old physics, scientific physics. It's very weak. It's not a strong foundation. You got to get rid of it all in order to do the calculation. That's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. Lorraine.
Thank you, Chair. 74 Center Road, Lorraine Zaloom. Just a couple thoughts. One, I was thinking it might be helpful to have had Bill Ellis or whoever wrote the opinion, for the legal opinion, to be here during these deliberations, given it's so new, especially for the applicant's benefit as well. I think that would have been really helpful. And then also, I'm not quite understanding, because it's good that the applicant confirms it's on the east side. That's great. That certainly takes care of that issue for the police. And then looking at the fire, if there was work up with the fire department, it'd be great to have that in writing too before a decision is made. Because I just, would like to see that in writing beforehand. Because it sounds like the fire chief is frustrated with what's already there in terms of having access. It's not just that there's a new application. So I think it would be great if you considered continuance, because if it is just debris, that would be great to get clarification on that in terms of slopes. Thanks.
Thank you. Seeing no one online, anybody in the room here that has some questions or comments for this application? Excellent.
I move to close public hearing.
Hey,
You have a question?
well, I'm just wondering if we're going to potentially entertain a continuance, or if we're going to do a continuance, we can't close the public hearing.
I rescind. Yep.
That was just the point I wanted to get to first.
Rescind.
Okay. I think we've gotten to the point where we can take some action on this. Point. I would accept a motion. I would imagine a 6-month continuance. No, that's too far. What's the next available date that we have? So let's look at the our workload, if you will. February 18.
Do February anyway.
February 18, I think.
Could I ask Ian?
You may, yes, please.
Could you ask what information you would need from us
Yep.
for a continuance? We just provided Mr. Brusso the information he was looking for.
Correct.
Apparently, QB, you had that?
Yeah, well, I have some other stuff, some other things that.
So,
We
I mean,
didn't
apparently it was distributed to some people.
Right, not all of us, unfortunately.
No, we never saw these. No.
Yep.
What's that?
These pictures?
Your pictures.
The ones I just...
Yeah.
Correct, the ones you just handed over.
So, if I could,
please.
From my perspective, this is probably more of a staff continuance than it is an applicant continuance. I'd like to see the map that was provided to Public Works included, that shows the area that is influenced by the debris. I'd like the pictures included that has some description. Potentially that's what you guys can provide, a more descriptive, better description of the debris, and that be included and that be referenced in the map as the elements of that rise. And so I don't know if that's you, Kent, or if that would be you in the applicant. But basically, the pictures we didn't see, nor did we see the map that was included on the Public Works submission. And I think both of those are significant.
And important to have as part of the official record as well, I think. Hubie, what would you like to see if we were doing a continuance?
Well, we already talked about the whole water thing is going to be a plan. Okay, that we need to see that and so on.
You want that?
We need to get the input from Public Works as far as that's concerned. Also, the comments about some of the turning radius and so on. I think just more information about that.
So we submitted a turning radius plan already.
Oh, you did?
We did.
So you didn't see that?
Right. It was provided to the fire chief.
Yep.
His comments are still
from
before. Previous. All right. We have tried to get other comments from him about what the fire regulations say for this property. He won't respond to us. So
I can add something to that too.
Please.
I emailed him last April when Kent identified some questions. I said, could you come over so we could walk around and look at this? He said, sure, I'll get the plans from the town and I'll be over. I'll get a hold of you. Next thing I know, we get a email from the town that all the questions need to go through the town. So that was off. And then Kent went back and forth over getting him to come over and walk around and look at it with us. Never happened. And I don't know why. So it's been very frustrating dealing with that after having a letter from him glowingly supporting the 6 units once we change the access to the easterly side of the property. So I don't know what's going on there. And I don't know how much more we can do.
I mean, access. I mean, come on, this has been through sketch already. Is he changing his mind?
Yeah.
I believe, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to put you on the hot seat, Mr. Brusso, but I believe it was stated that, hey, we had our chance at sketch here. It was asked to move from the west side to the east side. We accomplished that.
We did
We'll
it.
move it back to the west side. We don't care.
Yeah.
But from the applicant standpoint, Ray's been about on this for a year.
Yeah.
So every time there's, town staff changing minds or, not direct information or, back and forth, like it costs residents in town, substantial dollars. And we're just talking about a duplex here in an infill lot where the state and the town wants development. It's difficult
It's
for
confusing.
me to see.
Yeah, it's confusing and it's.
So I guess we'd
overwhelming.
like some
appreciate it.
direction on what you think
Do we
we
have-
should do.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do here is to give you some of the direction on the for potential continuance. But yes, I understand I totally understand where you're coming from here, and I can ask, we can ask Kent if staff can reach out to the fire chief, see if we can't reconnect those dots and get those answers.
Sharon?
Sharon.
No, Sharon.
Yep. Sharon, sorry, go ahead, Sharon.
Oh, no, well, I mean, you're sort of covering what I was going to ask, and I'm sorry about the frustration getting to the fire chief, but that was one of the things is maybe we could encourage the fire chief to give new input instead of the old input we have, and then also maybe clarify the driveway situation served by the 5 lots so that when the applicant comes back in, that doesn't rise up again.
If you do mandate the fire chief get reached out to, if you, as the planning commission, could please,
We're not the planning commission.
I'm sorry, could please request in writing for him to tell us the code that's applicable and why we are not meeting it.
I think staff has to do that. We can't demand anything.
We can direct the staff.
Okay,
Yeah.
But however,
I've tried
that's
to-
what we've been trying to.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what we're
I've
trying to
tried.
get.
I feel like I've exhausted my ability to ask for that. So perhaps having an ask from somebody else would be helpful.
Sure. Would that be Greg?
It'd be somebody besides me.
Well, I mean,
So,
come on,
so
this should not be happening.
Here's
now.
here's a quick question. Can you submit the letter from the fire that the fire chief sent you that was in praise of the 6 unit?
Yes.
Can you submit that, and then we can fire that back to the fire chief and says, does he still stand behind that?
Whatever approach you would like to do is fine with me.
And we just have Ian sign on it.
My sense is that the fire chief feels like he responded after the turning movement diagrams were provided. He wasn't happy with it. I think he feels like he'd said his piece, but it feels like it would be helpful to kind of provide a little bit more information for the applicant on what would be acceptable, and try to help them along a little bit. But I feel like I've done my part.
I mean,
that I can.
I'm happy to draft something. Not that it's going to carry any weight, but I'm happy to draft something that says applicants looking to gain answers, please respond. So,
That
I'm happy
might
to
be
do
just what it takes.
Yeah.
Can I ask, in all of that,
Yep.
the main thing I look for is why was 6 okay and 2 isn't? I mean, if he comes up with all kinds of this regulation and that regulation, why wasn't that brought up back at sketch? And it might have saved me several $1,000s
Yeah.
in this.
Yeah.
I think in that particular case, it wasn't the number. I think it's sketch. It just wasn't reviewed at that level of detail because it was at sketch. So I don't think it was the number of 2 or 6 or 10 back there.
We've had this conversation many times. Sketch is for our benefit to work out major issues. Access, I mean, come on.
Major issue.
Yeah, I'm just saying what I'm thinking the logic was there is it wasn't.
I get it, but there's no excuse.
We're circling the drain.
I don't want to dwell. I agree with you that you should have an update from the fire chief, and we should get some answers about that.
Okay.
I definitely agree. And Sharon had the point. Sharon, I'm going to put you back on the spot again because I had what you had asked for, but then I lost it. So, fire chief
the driveway server, the 5 lots. I mean, that'd be
cleaning that up, which
Yeah.
is much.
whether that can be done or or
Yep.
that
because
we don't have the waiver.
so we
provision.
want to right.
Well, so that's not something I can provide more information on.
Yeah.
To me, like, this was discussed at our last hearing, which is why we went forward with Public Works and addressed their comments, added lighting,
Yep.
you know, did turning movements. We thought this was a moot issue. So, I mean,
Fair enough.
We also have the perception of the police department, which I believe the fire department went off from the police department's assumption that the entrance has been moved back to the westerly
It's likely.
location. So,
And that's from July.
yeah.
I think, right?
but he says it was on the western side. Why did they move it from the eastern side? We like the eastern side.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm hoping it's just a miscommunication.
So,
That's what I'm hoping.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nick, is there anything else that you would want to see?
No.
Hubie.
Yeah, just a couple of things. I think, you know, certainly improvements on the lot layout and so on. One is that I think that there's probably going to need more than simply having arrows on the pavement or whatever. There's probably going to need some signage and so on in order to direct traffic in here. I mean, because we observed when we were there for the site visit, you know, the way that the traffic comes in here. Many people enter on the westerly side of the building. That hatched area, it's generally understood that hatched areas like that, they may look good on the pavement, but they're not necessarily a deterrent to parking. You know, so I think there are.
We can stripe it. Unfortunately, we can't control.
Oh no! What I'm saying
what
is that
people
I
do.
think there might be some other ways to, with some signage or so, you know, fire lane or whatever it may be.
So we do have, and we've talked about signage already. We do have signs. We have a loading zone sign. We have a right turn only sign. We have a no parking sign. We've been at it a year. You know, I'm just saying, like, I think things like that can be conditioned. I guess what I'm getting at is, like, we're going to continue.
Yeah.
Why are we continuing?
Yeah, no, I was just saying, because it appears we are going to continue, those are just a couple of things I think that can be enhanced a little bit.
I think the biggest reason for continuance is to get the documents into our packet. So
Okay.
we can all review that information, which will help us work on what truly is that 20% slope versus not.
Okay.
That's the biggest issue.
Okay.
Right. If we can mitigate what the slope issue is, then it kind of helps the rest of it. So, in the meantime, we also agree that the fire chief should respond to some of those questions so we can get that information updated. Fire chief, and I guess probably the police chief, if it's a 7/20/25 comment as well, we could probably get that both. So, that said, yes, sir.
It would be helpful to know that the lot coverage is not over the maximum threshold. If the lot coverage number could be updated, that would be helpful for me to have that.
Okay.
Well, I must have had it in my. I'll look at. I think. Yeah, I think I must have had it in my cover letter because it's not on here.
So the primary items we've identified. Obviously, if there's other elements that come up, I would expect the staff and applicant to communicate.
Correct.
And just, you know, adjust them as we go. But I think, as you said, Ian, to me, from my perspective, the biggest single no-go item on here is the 20% slope. If there is no 20% slope, everything else is an engineering, whether it's signage or tweaking a curb cut or whatever. It's an engineering thing, and that it's addressable. So I would like to, I think if we get the details about the debris piles, and the extent of the debris piles, as much as you've got pictures, you know, many of you made the site visit, you might understand, you should recognize what you saw, and then we have that map that delineates them.
Agreed.
So I'd be willing to offer a motion.
Go ahead.
Well, I'd like to offer that we move to continue this application to, is it the February
18?
Nick's shaking
Looks
his
like
head.
we already have
February.
events on March 5th scheduled as well.
Yeah, February 18, we have a single that I can tell. No, two.
Is it yeah?
Yeah,
is
two,
it
but
a-
one is a one-step process, so.
You guys pick a date.
I would say February 18 would make sense.
Works for me. I would say we continue to,
Um,
go ahead, Catherine.
I'm just sorry. I just trying to think about that's a month away. Is that enough time
Fair.
for we've got to coordinate several staff members in this and getting information from the applicant? I would feel comfortable pushing it back to
March 5?
March 5th.
Okay.
Okay, then that's a motion, March 5th.
Motion's been made to continue this application to March 5th. We have a second. Motion was made by Dusty, seconded by Nick. Any further discussion here with the board? Trevor or Sharon?
No.
No.
No. Okay. All those in favor of the continuance of this application to March 5th, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We appreciate your frustrations and appreciate your time.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we gonna roll into the next one? Can we take 5 if we're going to?
Take 3 at least.
Okay.
We're going to have a 3-minute break so that board members can use the
Give
facilities.
this to Kent.
Meeting's back in session. Alrighty. Next up, we have a site plan from Shenk Enterprises and Black Bay Ventures. They're proposing a 41,250 square foot warehouse and associated parking at 55 Thompson Drive, located in the Resource Preservation District Industrial, RPDI. Staff, what say you?
Okay, I'm going to share my screen here so you can see it. That's probably a good start to start with. So the applicant's proposing to have a new spec building on 55 Thompson Drive, currently undeveloped. There's really only a couple issues that I saw to discuss. One issue that I just want to get kind of out of the way right away here is there are some steep slopes. So let me just tell you my.
Can we order pizza?
Let me just tell you my perspective on this. So on this drawing here, let me just get to the right spot here. I'm sorry. It's the blue. It's the blue that's showing the more than 20.
I don't know if we can say it's more 20, but it's 20. It's 20 at least, I guess.
So in this particular case, the site overall is predominantly flat, and the few spots that are showing here that are over 20% to me seem very minor and inconsequential and remnants of just the previous activity that happened by people on this particular site. So there's a little bit of blue space kind of by, I'll use my cursor to show you. Kind of in this area here by the edge of their building, there's a couple spots up here where there's a little bit of a mound of ground that they're looking to level off. In this case, it seems like the impact is very small, and where there is an impact, the steep slopes just go away. So here there's a little bit of a mound, the idea is just to smooth it off so that it matches the rest of the site. In the area down here by the building where there's this little edge, the idea is it just gets absorbed at the edge of the building. It works for their loading dock. The building is up slightly higher. The parking lot's slightly lower. It fits with the parking lot. The overall site is predominantly flat. So in this particular case, the way that I was looking at it as a staff person is, even though these little spots on the property are showing up, we really don't have, in my mind, steep slopes that are happening. These are more like bumps and remnants of things that people did before. So that was my perspective of it. I don't know if other people have the same perspective, but that was the way that I was looking at it. And in my staff report, I don't mention that I have a concern with it. So I thought I would just mention that right off the beginning, since that's been such a topic of discussion tonight. So let me
What
just
else?
go. Let me just let me just move on.
Like we've been really going down this slippery slope.
We can always come back to that. We can always come back to that later. The main issue that I see with this site is I'm gonna get a better. Let me just get a better map. I'm trying to think of the best map to show here. Let me just show the one that's out of my staff report. Give me a second here. Okay, so this will make more sense if you read the staff report. So I'm just going to mention this as if you read the staff report for a little bit of shortness of time. So when 35 Thompson Drive and 55 Thompson Drive were originally subdivided as two different pieces of property, there was the intention at the time to provide an easement space around the pond that people could use to get to the pond. And I'll zoom in a little bit more so you can just see it a little bit better. Try to just disregard the yellow and the red writing for right now, and you can just see kind of the map behind. The orientation of north is lower and to the right here, so it's a weird, different orientation than we would usually see on a map. So this area here is 55 Thompson Drive, over here is 35 Thompson Drive, and when they were subdivided, the idea was to have an easement that would go around the pond and an easement that follows these two property lines along 55 Thompson Drive. For some reason, I don't know what the reason was, something wasn't filed properly back when this was done in '91, and there doesn't seem to be a current easement that's in place in that spot to allow access to that area. So, just to make this as short as possible, staff has, meaning me working with Parks and Rec, have put together this first option proposal of something to consider that seems like it achieves the goals of providing public access to the pond area. In this particular goal, or in this particular approach, the yellow line that looks kind of like a blob shape there follows what would be the outside perimeter of the 50-foot wetland buffer. So that is area that would not be able to be developed by 55 or 35 Thompson Drive. Anyways, that's part of the wetland buffer area. The applicant's not proposing to do work in that area anyways. Another piece of it is the number 2 at the bottom. Since that 50-foot wetland buffer goes over and touches the 50-foot buffer that's along the road anyways, that's great. That makes a good protective connectivity area, but it doesn't provide public connectivity all the way over to the right-of-way. So I indicate in there how you could achieve public access from Thompson Drive into that area so that you could have connectivity all the way across. And then the third thing that I'm including is I'm just retaining the 15-foot wide easement that forms that other side along the property. So in summary, that's what ComDev staff and Parks and Rec are proposing for that. The applicant has a different approach in number 2 that I'll just summarize here and we can talk about it more. This goes the blue area, and again, now the map is oriented different where north is to the top of the page. This blue represents essentially a very similar approach to what was originally shown before back in 91, where this is shown instead of at the extent of the 50-foot wetland buffer, this is shown 50 feet beyond the edge of the water, which is a pretty similar approach. It's not showing a connection, it's not showing a public connection within the easement out to Thompson Drive, and it's not showing a connectivity point along those other property lines around 55 Thompson Drive, which I'm not sure that are actually necessary anymore. So that's a piece that's different. This does still show the extent of the 50-foot wetland boundary that would still be a protected area. It just wouldn't allow public access in there. So those are the two main differences, and what I'm recommending for what I'm recommending is that the DRB decide which approach they would prefer to have pursued, and then have as a condition of approval, if I can find this, the second proposed condition would be that the applicant would work with the town, and I would work with the town attorney and their attorney to draw up language for the easement that's consistent with whatever the DRB directs, either one of these two options or a third option, if you have a preference for a third option. Beyond those issues, everything else seems pretty straightforward. The applicant did bring to my attention that I believe there was some error that I had in the report here that I wanted to make sure gets corrected. And let me see if I can find a line that it's on. If I can, I think it's around line 221 to 225 about part of the past history. There might be some more to add to it, but at this point, those are the. Well, I guess I would also add that with the existing trails that are out there, the new project on 55 Thompson Drive would be going where there are existing trails that people are using. This blue proposal in option 2, or the other option that I showed you in the option 1, both work adequately to be able to keep the connectivity of the trail system in there also. They make logical connections. They allow people to still access the town land that's behind there around the pond. So they both still work. The main difference is the other one, the yellow one, allows connectivity out to the main road. And what I wrote down and what I was kind of envisioning here is that there'd be 100-foot wide space that extends from Thompson Drive to wherever the edge of the wetland buffer is, which if the wetland buffer stays where it currently is, that would be within the 50-foot buffer that's already protected. And then within that area, to have a floating 15-foot wide easement for people to be able to go through. So we could figure out a 15-foot wide space at some point. We don't have to decide that right away. Something that makes for good connectivity through there. And if you're walking along Thompson Drive, if you're out having lunch, this would give you an easy way that you could walk down into the woods, you could see the pond area, and it would provide a really nice public amenity to be able to do that and make a good use of an area that really wouldn't impact either of the property owners. I do understand that the applicant is concerned, if I don't want to speak for him, but is concerned with encouraging more activity on the private sites than is necessary. Just being mindful of they're just not interested in doing having more access than is really necessary back there. So I want to be mindful of that too. So those are the main points I wanted to bring up.
Just a quick clarifying question.
Yep.
You noted in the applicant's version, there is still connectivity for the public to get back to the pond.
That's correct. And let me go find a different map here real quick. That's now near I think it's at the end. Oh, wait, let me go. Hang on a second. I think is that it? Let me make sure it's in here. Give me a second here. Thought it was included. Because Parks and Rec provided something else. I thought it was in here.
Line 273, I think it is. Line 272, 273.
Does it just reference it in text?
It's part of the Word document there. Line 272, 273 shows it.
Yeah, that's the one that the applicant provided. I thought there was another attachment here.
So can we dig into that a little bit?
Yeah, let me just look for that for a second while you're. Yeah, thank you.
What are you looking for?
Kent?
That was there was a different. Maybe I'm going to. Let me not worry about that for right now. I thought that Parks and Rec provided, and Adam, you provided a different map, right?
It's referenced in text in the site plan.
Okay.
But I didn't see the package.
Okay, it may not have been included in here. Just I will look for that for a minute.
So if we, going back to previous applications and previous discussions on this parcel, where the trails that we're talking about, I'm stymied to understand why we're even considering forcing a connection to Thompson Drive from that through that parcel, because there is easy access from the town-owned land today, multiple entry points into both of those parcels as they're developed, and we've had discussions with this applicant and possibly the prior owner about the trails that exist on those parcels are not on town property, and we shouldn't necessarily be making accommodations for them. We did that by asking for the 50 feet from the high water mark, but even that was no guarantee of being able to put a trail in there because of potential wetland issues, and I don't remember the exact terminology, but there were going to potentially be conflicts with putting a new trail in because of erosion issues or something like that. But none of those parcels are part of the town, and neither of them are part of the town-owned recreation lots. So I'm challenged to understand why we're struggling to force a connection up to Thompson Drive, again, while there's access to the pond from the other side, multiple entry points, multiple paths that currently go there. Some of those are apt to go away if there's further development, but the town got a big chunk of land for trails. And I'm just thinking, I'm again struggling to find out why we're trying to take more land for trails beyond what has already been agreed on, which was 50 feet from the high water mark.
Is that your question for staff?
That's more of a question for staff, yeah. Thank you. I need to find that question mark. I was missing that.
Okay. So what I was going on is the previous history of it, just trying to figure out what was the intent before, what didn't happen after 91. There have been lots of different changes over in that space, and yes, there's lots of trails on private property. It did seem like the applicant was willing to provide some access over there that would have a real public benefit, and it does seem like we have language in our regulations that would support having that kind of trail connectivity. But it seemed like the applicant felt comfortable providing some access. So I thought that we could find a comfortable middle ground that everybody can feel comfortable with it, that we can try to get the public benefit of this unique area for trails. It's using a space that the applicant wouldn't necessarily be able to use anyways, and something that the applicant could feel good about. I'm not trying to impose something onerous on the applicant. I mean, part of the reason for this area being split up with the 40-60 split is so that the properties to be developed can be developed.
Yep.
So I want to be mindful of that, and I'm appreciative that the applicant has been willing to try to figure out something that works. And I think from talking with him, he's probably would much prefer his option that he mentioned as opposed to the option that Parks and Rec and I mentioned.
I mean, it's a less than 10-minute walk from the recreation area parking lot to the pond without going through either of those parcels.
Sure, that you could go a different way. So I tried to explain the rationale
Right.
from the one approach, and but you can get to it from another direction. And I imagine that lots of people are just going to walk through the woods anyways, whether there's a trail there or not. If we provided a suitable access point, we could help really manage where people are going and have a logical connection point for them. Absent that, people are already walking that way. There's already a spot. I mean, that's not a great excuse for having something, but there is a logic in trying to help people just naturally do the thing that they're going to do in a safe way. So those are two different approaches that I wanted to provide you with. Hopefully we can get a good sense of which direction to go. So after this meeting, we can just get it codified.
So I think my original question was based on the applicant's proposal. Do people still have access to the area?
They would still have access, and I'm trying to find the map that I have that shows that context to the other sites, and I will be able to find it here very quickly, I'm sure.
Hubie, questions for
No.
staff? Okay. Nick, questions for staff?
None.
Sharon? Sharon, did you have any questions for staff?
A statement. I just want to beef up the language on the condition for truck idling, but I can do that later, I assume.
Okay. And Trevor, any questions for staff?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, I did find the thing I was looking for. I'm sorry for the delay. It was supposed to be an attachment. Anyways, however it happened. Okay. So this shows the context of the existing the existing trails, and then you can see the different colors. The existing trails, the current trails, to remove a new trail connection point and an alternative new trail connection point. So, I mean, it is off the map a little bit to the left, but you can see where the existing trails on the town-owned property, which is on the left, have a logical connection to the trails in either case for the new approach. So the new approach that would be possible with the option that I mentioned before, that was the yellow one, is you could go on it's the trail except the red. Okay, if you take the red off of there. Going with the applicant's preference with option 2, that orange loop that goes out toward Thompson Drive would just be much shorter. It would stop over by the water, and not go out that far and not provide an opportunity to go out to the main road. So this gives you a context of what.
Can you move your cursor to where you're, because there's a lot of orange there.
Okay. Okay.
Right where the
So
orange, red meet.
I'm sorry. So this area up here.
Yep.
Which there is a little connection, I believe, existing off of it over to the main road here, where you could currently walk through. That area, it would just curve around over here instead, where there's a little bit of a height of land that kind of goes around that way. So you could go from the town land over here on the trails that, yes, connect back to the parking lot. You could go on this green line. You could go on this blue or on this green. You could go around, curve up here, go back on that side. That would be 35 Thompson Drive, and keep going and get back into the woods that way, and the trail could have connectivity. In this particular area here, it would be nice if you didn't have to go all the way down the hill and then kind of back up the hill. If you could kind of cut that corner a little bit, you could stay with the topography and it would just make it a lot easier for trying to build a trail through that particular spot. But anyways, this gives you a context into what's there currently.
I don't want to belabor the point because we've got a lot to do here, but just for my reference, the blue and the green are proposed new trails, which would require. Where is the easement where does that overlay?
The the yellow line that I was proposing in option 1 follows this blue dashed line that is the 50-foot boundary around the 50-foot wetland boundary. Is what this blue line is. So that would have been the area.
Okay.
What the applicant's proposing in option 2 basically stays. I'm going to trace it with the cursor. Goes around there, goes around the water, and then comes back, basically following this blue line.
Okay.
Basically following that blue line. It's pretty close to being the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Nobody else had questions for staff, I think, as I recall. Lost track of myself. Let's hear from the applicants. Good evening.
Good evening, David Shenk, the applicant.
The applicant.
Can the town develop a trail on slopes more than 20%?
It's a great question. I appreciate the question.
We've had questions about can they develop a trail without a permit?
Okay, but no, I'm moving forward. I read the staff report. I'm fine with all the notes in the effort of obviously being quick because I'm last and it's late. There's a comment about Public Works about a note about an invert. We're fine with that. Slopes are not in the staff report. I'll save that for last. The recreational. So I know there's a lot of history here. I've only been part of some of it. I've been in front of this board for a decade, not, through all of it pertaining to Thompson Drive. So my history is of that, and also I've done a lot of research in the land records for said previous applications of other projects. So I know enough to know there's a lot. To go down memory lane just really quickly, 1991, August 29th, 1991, there was discussion at the Planning Commission meeting that basically, I'm going to paraphrase everything here real quickly, basically to ensure continued public access to the pond. That was the intent. Shortly thereafter, there was a deed, or was an easement, I should say, that basically easement to the town to the pond and a 50-foot strip around the pond. And I think this is the easement that you can find, but it's not recorded in the land records. And that easement ties to this plat, which is the same plat on the image of option number 1. And if you were to scroll to that, just so people could see it, you can. What is on that plat is what we will refer today as 35 and 55 Thompson Drive. So 55 Thompson Drive is the parcel that I was in front of this board to and gained approval for a warehouse, and 55 Thompson is what we're here to talk about today. So both easement and plat exist, but were never recorded. I mean, the plat actually is signed by the chairman of the planning commission. I mean, there's definitely was the intent to have that.
For the record,
For lack of an image, the lack of the image. Basically, the plat. What the plat is these two parcels, just as you've seen them, just as you see them tonight, in a 50-foot strip around the water. Okay, so that's take my word for it. It's there. You have it.
Yep.
It's in your packet. And I busted Kent's chops a little bit, but it's not really his fault because he wasn't here when I did 35 Thompson, nor was he here in 91 and all that. But there was a comment in here that said that there was no evidence, in line item 221, staff found no evidence that the applicant subsequently worked with the staff to address the easement discrepancies as required by the Planning Commission. What he's referring to is the 2022 35 Thompson Drive approval. The reality is there's a ton of correspondence. This is a copy of the draft easement that we provided to staff and your attorney. This is a copy of the draft plat with the blue shade. That's a very familiar shape that you'll see. It's basically the 50-foot buffer around. So I just want to demonstrate, because I don't want to get off to the wrong foot here, because my approach on this, and as has been always, is to metaphorically come to you with a clean slate and say, listen, this is my idea, this is my vision. What are we working with? And to the application in front of you is void of a lot of, we went through the ringer so to make this easy. So that's the history in a super nutshell. And I will tell you that option number 1, I was never part of. So I really don't like that. That wasn't the approach of how I put this package together, how I put this whole thing together. So Kent shared it with me, but I was definitely not. Nobody came to me and said, David, we want more. That never was asked, never was implied, it just came through Kent. So just saying that. It was always my intent, and I was here on my own volition. I think we call it a concept plan because this is a site plan. It's a one-stop shop. There is no PUD. There's no 3 stops. There's no sketch, preliminary, final. I came here again. It's how I operate. The waters were murky just enough that I didn't want to expend all my resources and all these different things that have to be done because as of date now, there's all those resources that expend to get you a complete package, not only to meet the conditions here, but to satisfy Act 250. The archaeological's done, the RTE's done, all the stuff is done, which is fine. So the intent has always been, and I said it at my, I'm going to call it sketch, whatever you want to call it, the first time I was here, was to honor with the intent of the previous landowner, who I don't even know the guy's name, but we'll call it the 1991 deal. And the intent was always a 50-foot easement. At the time in 91, it wasn't about recreation, it was about access to the pond, but so be it. It can be used for whatever the town of Essex desires it to be. It was always, not a lawyer, but there's no fighting it. It's written in it was written in the planning commission notes. Yeah, you could try to hang your hat, they never got filed, but it seems like a weak defense. So just let's live with it. That's fine. Let's move on. So so that's, you're going to call it option 2, but that's where I stand. And just fundamentally on this whole topic of what I'll call, because option number 1 has quite a bit more land associated with it. I just fundamentally don't agree with a landowner who has land, who wants to development with an allowed use, should feel extorted that they need to give something just to exercise their right, the development right on a parcel. So that's my mindset. So I gave you the history on that. I told you what happened at 35. We're willing to honor all that, and we're willing to, as part of this application, as a condition of approval, to continue what 1991 agreed to, and grant a 50-foot easement to the high water mark. That's all I'm going to say on that. I think I've articulated well enough, at least why, and the history as I see it. I guess the last topic that's not in the staff report on the proposed conditions is, I'm going to call it the undulations on my parcel. Okay, so I inherited Brian because I've done work with his firm forever, and I respect him and all that. But I guess out of default, I get with him how he's demonstrated the slopes. That you've seen this 15 and 20% slopes. My understanding is it's just it's a click on the button within CAD that measures a 1 foot change every 2 feet. Am I saying something? Is that wrong? Is that how it's measured? Or
it interpolates between the contours
and
shades anything, but it's something that staff is required.
Right, right. So it's a tool within his toolbox in AutoCAD that he clicks on for you, and that's fine. And we shared it with you. It's out in the public. There's nothing to hide there. And as you know, not going to talk about everything you guys talked about tonight, but there is zero definition on slope. So I was like, this is a flat slope. So that's why I asked them to put the axis on there and put the calculation right on there. The worst axis is less than 5%. I think that's an important document. And if would you mind putting my site plan on there? Because to extend a little bit, I'm going to walk up to that board and I want to walk you through every single blue shade. Because it's kind of just a little interesting, how this fits my site, because so I'll wait for you to get the site plan up. If you could somehow just center it a little bit. I guess that's good enough.
Want me to zoom out a little?
I think that's fine. I think that's fine.
That?
So just overall, we got Thompson Drive. The whole site generally slopes in that direction. Hence our stormwater is on that side of the site. The warehouse has loading docks. Inevitably, this is going to be 4 feet taller than some portion, i.e., this portion here. Then it slopes that way of this site due to the loading dock being 4 feet. This is your ditch. This is blue. This is blue. This is your ditch that presumably is man-made. It's parallel to the road. It's got a couple contours right there. This is the edge of my building. Obviously, 4 foot drop here. I mean, this whole thing is gonna go like that on post construction. Okay, this parking lot flows this way. There's obviously a kind of a natural plateau and some very slow shape. This just happens to make up. This naturally goes this way. We're leveling it out so it goes more gradually. And yes, there's a break here that's just a little bit faster than it is over here, but it naturally is clicking down like that. Over here, these just go away. Okay, they just disappear, just like Kent described before. It's interesting over here. I think we're proposing slopes. It's interesting. We have slopes that are identified as 20%. It appears that we are creating slope in that same spot, in the same direction, creating slopes greater than 20%. It's a little bit of ironic, here to create our pond. Down in this area, the contours basically come back into 15. This is all contained, and it kind of just ties back into the green, which is the 15% contours. I just wanted to narrate that for a second to expand on what Kent was saying, that it's a flat site, it slopes this direction. These undulations, some of these undulations just go away in the permanent grading, and some of these current, this you can tell, like these, see how level this is, the slopes are not here, and it gets really intense right here. I mean, this is ironically is just all right where I need a 4-foot drop. So I guess I'm going to close my open statement just due to the time. I don't really have much more. There was really only 2 topics to talk about, I guess, tonight. So I'm willing to hear and.
Thanks.
Yep. And I guess for maybe just a one punch on what I did. I mean, I did, there is a slope chart. And you saw how it is, how it's identified. I mean, and it's not 15%. It's significantly less. So,
Board members, questions for the applicants. Start with you, Trevor.
No, I don't have any questions.
Sharon.
No.
Nick.
I've just noticed that the applicant and engineer have made some adjustments and changes from sketch that were recommended by the board. It's appreciated. That's all.
Hubie.
Oh, yeah, I always have questions, you know that. So anyway, I like the access business. Have you seen that somewhere else or whatever?
I conjured that one up myself.
Oh, because I mean, you've heard the discussion is, how the hell do you measure this stuff?
Was that on the sketch plan too? I think I had that on the sketch.
This is another way and so on, whether it's good or bad or indifferent, but anyway, just another approach. And I think it illustrates how do you measure it? Okay. So anyway, I thought that was interesting. Yeah, let's see here. Okay. And you've explained. No, that's a typo thing. Notice that the staff on line 420. They talked about only paving part of. I mean, what's my thought there? That's unreal. You're gonna pave the parking lot. You're gonna pave the whole damn parking lot or whatever. Why? Suggestion of.
I think this is what it's saying is. What he's saying is, if the board were to feel that parking, that if I have not provided enough parking, there is land available that more parking could be added if I came back to you with a site plan amendment. Am I saying that right, Ken?
What?
Yeah, so this is a spec building. You may not know who's going to be using it yet and what exactly they're going to need for parking.
Oh, I'm reading, actually, I read it wrong here.
It sounded to me like when we had talked before that you're interested in leveling off that piece of the property next to the parking lot.
Actually, Kent, you say something different. Staff recommends that the applicant delays paving the entire approved parking area. So we're actually not talking about the future. We're talking about the present. So I didn't pack up on it. I mean, I would be intended just to do everything just because, I guess you could. I mean, it's really not, the only thing that you wouldn't, if you were to follow this, you probably just wouldn't pave the 13 spaces on the left, but you'd still have to almost pave all, I mean, maybe you wouldn't pave, it's the entrance to that side and there's a fire exit there, so
I was just thinking that if you, as a cost savings measure, if you didn't want to pave the entire parking lot and you wanted to wait, then you could, but if you want to pave the whole parking lot, like that's fine.
that's something to be decided like upon getting a building permit, right? It's not a
I mean, I don't feel strongly about this. It just seemed like a way you could save yourself some effort, but it might be more effort to try to pave it a second time later.
Shown on your plan as being paved, at CL walkthrough, the expectation it would be paved unless you added a note about, paving and follow later on.
I'm not inclined to do less. There's not, I mean, I wasn't asking for it. I don't need it. But I appreciate it.
I'm just, to me, when I was looking at the parking area, considering this is a spec building and there are two vastly different ways of calculating the parking for this particular building, and you were picking another amount that was different, I was looking at it as, if this number is somehow off, do you have room to expand? Yes, you do have room to expand. And if for some reason you didn't need all this parking space, you could just do less. So it seems like you, to me, when I was looking at this, you weren't up against any particular constraints that would be a problem in the future. If you do want to change it in the future, though, you would need to come back for a site plan amendment.
I agree. I concur. I'm cool.
But I wasn't concerned about it at all.
Hubie, more?
Yeah, just to add on to what Nick said, yeah, I think you made the changes to some of the things we talked about before. I would just add for, if we approve this, condition number 19, where it talks about landscaping, just at the very end, on your plan, on this plan that's up there right now, you have some nice lines that show the clearing limit. So on.
Yeah.
That is, so that shows exactly what is gonna be cleared, and I would add to 19 that those clearing limits should be clearly defined and marked before any clearing begins. Okay, this is to help to preserve the, that buffer area next to Thompson Drive, where that force main is going in particular. You've neatly shown your symbol of the clearing limits and so on. So,
That would be our common practice.
yeah,
No
yeah,
problem.
just,
Yeah.
because we know what's happened out there is like, everything is gone, okay? And this could easily happen here, if somebody suddenly gets in there and is not really fully aware of what the clearing limits are, like particularly for that force main, so.
Sure.
Otherwise, great package.
I'm sorry. I'm okay with that. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to put a concerted effort into, and working with Brian to hear the comments and put them on there,
Dusty.
I got no questions for him.
In that case, I would take a motion to open a public hearing.
So moved.
Motion's been moved by Dusty. Do I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Nick. All those in favor of opening the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. I did hear Trevor at the end. We have Patty Davis online. Patty. You're muted, Patty.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'll just be quick, and I want to direct the board to pages 12 and 13 of the applicant's transportation impact study. I guess it would be section 7 for 55 Thompson Drive, dated October 27th. At full 2030 build out, the study concludes that no left turn lane and no right turn lane are warranted at the Allen Martin Drive and Thompson Drive intersection, neither in the AM nor PM hour. The study also acknowledges that adding turn lanes would increase pedestrian crossing distances and vehicle speeds, yet the project proposes no pedestrian, bicycle, or transit infrastructure at all. Instead, the absence of pedestrians is used as justification for providing no safety measures. This is a circular and unsafe assumption. People do not walk or bike here, which is a town highway, not a state highway, because the corridor is dangerous, not because the need doesn't exist. My husband's a bike racer. We use the road. Finally, Act 145 Transportation Impact Fee Map on page 13 identifies Vermont 15, Vermont 117, and North Williston Road as the fee-generating truck corridors, roads designed for industrial traffic. Local residential town highways, the road we all live on, the largest neighborhood, are not identified as appropriate truck routes in that analysis. Taken together, the applicant's own traffic study shows that this corridor is not designated, mitigated, or justified for regular industrial truck ingress, and that project impacts are being shifted onto residential roads without proportional infrastructure or safety mitigation. And I only say this, I know you've done traffic studies. For the record, my comment is not about traffic modeling or level of service, because I know that's what you do. It concerns legal authority and whether a residential town highway has been lawfully designated and used as an industrial truck route. Now I can go to bed. I stayed up as long as I could to say this, so thank you for listening. Good night.
Thank you. Ms. Miller. Ann?
Oh, thank you. I didn't hear you call my name. I wanted to make a comment, which for some of you I don't mean it to be provocative. I don't have anything against this project per se, nothing. I just want to point out the fact that and I've never met Mr. Shenk. I have nothing against this project or anything, but I think we should all keep in mind that warehouses and self-storage units are some of the least productive properties in terms of contributing to the tax base in Essex. If you listen to people in town, everybody is all upset about their taxes and they want businesses that contribute to the tax base. And in reality, self-storage units and warehouses are at the low end of that scale. The same size building used as an office or as light manufacturing typically has more employees, a higher payroll, and those employees are spending money locally. And when the building is improved, it is assessed at a higher level, and that contributes in a greater way to property taxes. Now, I have no idea. This is a spec building. I don't know what's going to go in there. They're estimating 30 employees for that space. And I just want to point it out because, as a community, people are concerned about the economic development of the town, and each one of these incremental decisions that are made contributes to that. And so when you have a lot of land covered in a use like this, then you really would want a higher density kind of use, a higher improved light manufacturing, something where you put more money into improving the property so that it's assessed at a higher value. And so, like, in plain terms, if I was a developer, I would want to put in the least expensive, least risk property. As a developer, that's what I want. As a landowner, I want to put that in, something that is going to make money for me. But from the town's perspective and from the tax bill perspective, the town benefits more when the land use is for a higher value. That's all I wanted to say. And I don't know why it says Essex Development Review. Okay. I thought it said something else underneath me. Anyway, I just wanted to share my opinion on that. And thank you very much. And I also want to say, Kent, a very nice idea to try to remediate something that was made a mistake from 1991. So thank you again.
Thank you for the comments. Yes, sir. State your name and address.
My name is Adam Morse. I am here representing Fellowship of the Wheel, an organization that helps maintain trails in Chittenden County. I'm a Richmond resident, but I often spend a lot of time in Essex because of these trails. Very much respect Mr. Shenk's perspective on the property and the trails. I very much understand the complexity of this as well. I've been coming to Essex to be part of these trails for many years, and I've actually changed my career to help represent these trails. And I think to add some clarification to the map that was shown, again, respect the 50-foot buffer, but also thinking a little bit about the potential impacts, the part of the parcel that can actually be used for development and the part of the parcel that can't be, in hopes to provide some, collaboration to keep existing portions of trail as much as possible, and also provide an option for this 50-foot buffer. So it is my comments on behalf of many residents here in Essex to try to maintain continuity between parcels as much as possible, and appreciate, some of the willingness to do so. I would encourage the board to consider an option that balances those impacts with, some of the access that's being proposed. So hopes of collaboration between option 1 and option 2 to try to keep some of that trail maintained. Also to share some information about trails provide, on average, access to trails in a community provides 6% increase in properties. So that's significant when, you consider the access that Essex has to trails. There is a 60-40 split in this development, and much of the developable land is on flat parcels, and some of the best trail access that you have for beginners, families, new riders of all abilities, trail walkers, dog walkers, the most heavily used trails are also on these flatter parcels. So with much of the development in this area, you lose some of those lower grade accessible trails, which could change the, attractiveness of the area for many people that love and use that area. So thank you for hearing my comments, and just would recommend that collaboration to, provide continuity in the trails with minimal impact.
Thank you for your comments. Do you have anybody else in the room? Yes, sir.
Dan Silicaro, live at 53 Lost Nation Road. I just want to second what Adam said. I recreate in Essex, and I'm also part of the board of fellowship. And I just want to support the best easement for we can, keep continuity of that loop. Saxon Hill trails are one of the most popular trail networks for mountain bikers and for runners in the area, in Chittenden County, frankly. And as Adam said, that part of the trail system is the most accessible for the most people, new riders, families, etc. So just here to advocate for multi-use trails. Thanks.
Thank you. Anne, your hand is still up. Did you have another comment?
I'm sorry, I do. I wanted to comment on the comments by people from Fellowship of the Wheel. I don't think we should underestimate the economic impact of people who are mountain bikers. They do come to our area and spend money. I mean, they are known for buying very expensive bikes. And if you've seen some of that gear, and that in general, depending on how you measure the trip, that each trip will, by a mountain biking person, is going to be between $100 and $400 on an average visit. And then on a day trip, they're going to spend, food, fuel, incidentals. So if you had a vision for what this RPDI space could be, you could do more of this recreation in this place and actually end up having bike shops, having other places that support recreation, and have that be an economic contributor to the town, as opposed to just having it, to not thinking about that when in your decision making. I guess I appreciate the fact that it's inconvenient for people who build in the RPDI to have to deal with the fact that there is this conservation easement, but this is this conservation provision. It's been around since 1972, and I know when speaking to other businesses there, their employees like the fact that they can go out and walk around and enjoy the woods. And so I would encourage the DRB to actually really factor in the recreational uses in this space, even though it may be an imposition to what is otherwise a cooperative developer. I think the idea of keeping those trails longer, making them accessible from the road, things like that, are to the net benefit of the town and the economy. So we're
talking a lot of stuff talking about its planning
taxes,
commission.
right?
Yeah, I think-
economic. Okay,
I appreciate it. Thank you. Okay. No one else in the room. No one else online. Any further follow-up questions that you have for either staff or applicant at this point?
Statements.
Okay. Hubie?
No.
Nick?
Nope.
Sharon?
No, only statements.
Okay. Did you want to make those now or are you waiting?
Whatever you want. You're the chair.
Gonna close the public hearing first.
We'll close the public hearing and we'll do that. Trevor?
No.
Thank
Question.
you. That being said, I'd take a motion to close public hearing.
So moved.
Moved by
A
Nick.
motion to close the public hearing. Did I interrupt somebody?
Nick said so moved. Would you want a second?
Oh, I'm sorry. I will second it.
Excellent. Thank you. All those in favor of closing the public hearing at this time, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Okay. Comments? Any questions or comments? Or any concerns that you have, Trevor?
I'm just a little unclear on kind of what is the question before us about the easement. Are we making a choice tonight?
Since this is a one-step process for the site plan, it wouldn't normally be coming back to us unless you wanted to continue it. To me, it seems like if the DRB can provide your the concept that you would like to see going forward for the easement, whether it's one of those two options or some third option, then I could work with the applicant and the town's attorney and their attorney and whoever else needs to be worked with to codify that approach that you would like to see, and hopefully not have to bring this back to you for further consideration. So that's my hope. Maybe you would want to continue it and have this be brought back for your consideration later. But really what I was hoping to look for is, do you want to go forward with one of those two options or a third option?
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Okay. Sharon, comments?
I just had a change maybe for the conditions, which I don't think is that cumbersome.
Sure. Go ahead.
For lines 525 and 526 about the truck idling.
Go ahead.
And can I share my screen so I don't have to read it?
Sure.
Hopefully I can do that.
I don't know if you can actually. I don't know if you.
Oh, I just sent a request.
Yeah.
I guess I'll just read it then.
That would be-
So instead of what is there, I would write prohibition of commercial staging in right-of-way. The parking, standing, idling, or staging of commercial vehicles, specifically including tractor trailers and heavy delivery trucks, is strictly prohibited within the public right-of-way of Thompson Drive and Red Pine Circle. All loading, unloading, logistics planning, and driver waiting periods must occur exclusively within the designated on-site loading areas and parking lots of the subject property. The burden of enforcement lies with the property owner to ensure all vendors and logistic providers comply with this restriction. And I also had another condition, which you may or may not want, about signage, which would come after that. Prior to the issuance of a certificate of occupancy, the applicant shall install signage at the site egress and or along the property frontage stating no truck parking or idling on roadway. The location and design of the signage shall be reviewed and approved by the town public works director. You know, maybe the second one is too much, but I think it would help not having to enforce it.
Okay.
question?
Yes.
Sharon, given number 5, and this would have been for staff anyways. I mean, is that we start getting into ordinance, and does that go to select board? I mean, is that within our purview to talk about what can and cannot be done on a public road along Thompson Drive? I mean, do we have any purview outside of the property itself?
I had similar concern, same thing that, when do you place no parking signs and so on?
Yeah.
That's a.
I guess they could have it on their, just to encourage it, they could have it at their, the exit or entrance so that the parking area so that the trucks know that they shouldn't be idling and parking on that.
And I got no issues with the no idling sign. That's just a reminder. But we already have no parking signs along Thompson Drive. So is that already an ordinance for that?
I'm not sure. It was in here, so I thought maybe it wasn't.
Yeah, no, good
Applicant
question.
may have an answer for that.
Do you know my history of that street? I mean, I think this language might have got injected there because Performance Foods, Reinhardt, historically did there. And so we do all the snow plowing along there, and it is extremely dangerous. And I know that Autumn Harp complained considerably because they have their shift change at 7 o'clock, so 6 to 7:30, tremendous amount of vehicular traffic coming in and out of there, and it's single lane, especially in the wintertime. And I can tell you just the other week we were out there plowing, and there's still trucks out there, and they, I don't think it's, I know nothing about your regulations, whatever. I don't think it's a planning commission DRB topic. I think it's an enforcement topic. So I know a couple of years ago they put up signs. It doesn't really, it doesn't seem to matter. They still do it. So I think it's really an enforcement thing. And I know Sharon's been involved, but I don't know how you deal with new truck drivers out of Boston that didn't get the memo. I think that's really what you're up against. So
You mean the same ones that go through the notch?
yeah, exactly. So I mean, I guess I support the spirit of what is being said here, but I really don't support like me being the only guy on the street with a ton of signs up and down it. So like you got my support for enforcing, but that's just a guy talking to you here. But I don't really like the fact that you're going to write into this approval that I need to put a bunch of big blatant signs that it kind of detracts from the feel. But I think you got an enforcement. I'm going to tell you have an enforcement issue. So.
Sharon, you were saying?
Oops. That's a good point.
Yep. Okay. So is 5 okay as it is for now?
I think there's some typos because it doesn't say like shall not on park on. Is that what we meant?
Yeah, that's a typo.
Okay,
as
so
far as
just
the meat of it is acceptable.
Yeah, just
Okay.
change the typo.
Okay. Trevor. Oh, Nick.
No additions or changes.
QB?
No, I think the only thing I would add is that the motion should say whether we want option 1 or option 2 or whatever.
Or a combination of.
Or combination 2 or whatever, but yeah.
Do you have a feeling?
Oh, I'm in favor of option 2 myself.
Okay.
Absolutely, option 2. I believe that the intent was to have the 50-foot high water easement from the 50 foot from the high water mark. It is not to build trails.
Yep.
It is not to build trails on private property. That if that's something, if the Fellowship of the Wheel can work that out with the landowner after construction, so be it. But that's, we, the town, inherited or have a large parcel with tremendous trails on it that are already accessible to the community, and there's trails that I'm sure that people aren't even aware of that exist out there. And we're not talking about a really significant length of trail that's in this area, and and quite frankly, it is not the easiest of trail areas. The area that's being potentially claimed is not a easy, smooth walking path. It's a good walking path, but there's a lot of cutbacks, there's a lot of hills and so forth. So it's a loss, yes, but it's a private land that we've been granted the access to for this point in time.
So 2 is the one you want.
2.
Nick?
Same.
Okay. Sharon?
I want one, but I choose two because you can't force a private landowner to.
Appreciate that. Trevor?
Yes, I'm with Sharon on that.
Okay. So I would think at this point, unless we have any further discussion, I would take a motion to approve this application.
Can I just ask a
Yes.
clarification really quick? Because it sounded like what you said a minute ago was there would be this easement space, but not to allow use of it?
No, I said
No,
we're
no,
not to,
that's
not
the
to build
option.
trails. It's
How
an
are you
easement.
going to allow people to use it if it's not a trail?
That's a completely different situation. We're not asking the landowner to build a trail. We're
No.
asking the landowner for easement. That means we can walk on it. There may not be a trail, fully developed trail in there yet. That's something that potentially the town, rec department, and or the Fellowship of the Wheel could potentially look and see if they can build a trail through there.
Sure. I just wanted to make sure that there's still public access that's allowed.
And
here
there,
that you didn't mention.
there is access from the other side.
Yeah.
Plenty of access coming from the other side.
Sure. I just wanted to double
Yeah,
check.
I'm not looking to restrict access. I'm personally, I want the right of way, and whether or not a trail can be developed is, that's a different issue. There's wetlands, there's fragile. I mean, it may not be appropriate to have a trail there. Quite frankly, some of the trails that are out there are on fragile lands and shouldn't have been put in the first place. So I think that's a completely different issue. The easement is
Most importantly, and to keep us moving, of the two options, I think we've all decided that the second option, the applicant's version, was fine, was appropriate for this.
Excellent. Great. Thank you.
Okay. That being said, I would take a motion to approve this application as presented. I will make a motion to approve this application as presented, with the removal of the typo in line item 5.
in the addition of the clarification in
Correct. The
two?
addition of the clarification, the option 2 of the easement, as proposed by the applicant. Yep.
And that would be captured under condition 2.
Condition 2. Yep.
And Sharon had a recommendation for another condition, right?
Yeah, we decided against that.
I think that was outside of our purview, right? That was the second one, which you're talking about the signage on the roadway.
It's a Sharon question.
No, that's correct.
Okay.
Ian's correct. Thank you, Nick.
Did you want additional signage, though, to Nick's point? Did you want additional signage in the parcel about no idling?
I would love one or something like the loading dock, but I don't think, it's.
Whatever
It's
is
not-
in accordance with state regulations? Don't we have isn't there a state requirement? Or
It's a state law.
It's a state law, I think, yeah.
Okay.
State law, can't idle over 5 minutes.
Yeah, so I think we decided that it's an enforcement, local or state enforcement, and not up to the applicant.
Go do that.
Okay.
I'll second it.
So we have a motion that's been made, it's been seconded. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving this application as stated, say aye.
With the condition.
With the conditions as stated, including prior to issuance, condition 2, prior to issuance of zoning permit, applicant shall work with the town to resolve easement issues in accordance with the DRB's findings beginning on line 510 above, which call for easement as presented by the applicant. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. Thank you. We got something done. All right. Thank you for patience in
Yes.
getting to the end.
Second longest meeting I've ever been to.
Are we at the end?
First one was
We're
Al
still
Senate.
not done.
Yeah.
We're close to done, but we're not quite done. Okay. Now that we've finished that, other business. Kent, any other business?
No, I
Catherine,
don't.
while you're
have any-
online?
She's still here, gone to bed.
No, she's still on.
Oh, I'm here. No, nothing from me. Thanks.
Okay. Okay, as far as the reading file is concerned, yeah.
Yeah, that'll just be in the reading file, right?
Yeah, that's correct. So, the reading file will include, the following items. We have the Development Review Board piece that's going to go in the town annual report.
This is what we is.
A copy of the memo that we have received from our attorney, as well as we received, I believe we received information from the EDC late. So that will get fitted into the reading file as well. And and I was hoping that we would also put in a copy of, I talked with Brittany, a copy of the new public participation guide, which was fabulously done by Brittany for development review. That being said, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion made by Dusty,
Second.
seconded by Nick. All those in favor of adjourning this meeting this evening, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 6-0. We are adjourned. That would be 11:16 according to the clock in here.
Stopped.